Aussie. 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 Angry, Aussie. Aussie. Angry.
Organizing. Always bloody surprises me when they do that, even though that's what they do. He's strictly saying, hi, Mega Leech. And I fucked up. I'm just going to leave the chickens here for a bit, so people know there's something happening. Put a banner up. I was faffing about doing nothing, using up time. And I didn't bring any of my cameras in here. I want to make a video. I feel like I need. Hang on, I've got to go get them. Okay. Got my camera. So, I set them up. Now I'll put the chickens away. My vinyl records are here. I'm going to go through the vinyl records later. Fucking heavy box. Move the chair. Bring this in. To make this cocktail. Okay. And it's a bit warm in here. Maybe I need to turn the aircon on. I'll soldier on. We'll see how I go. What did I miss? Hello, sorry, who's here? Project Redfoot. Hello. Mega Leech, Strictly Sega, Justin. Hopefully I said hello to everyone. Yeah. Set up to make this cocktail. Okay, I want the GoPro as well. Oh yeah, it does feel very warm in here. Just need to flush the room out with some cool air. Okay, and this is a third cocktail, so I get that out. Sorry. Okay, making a cocktail called the Galvanized Nail. Where is Galvanized Nail? Whiskey Dry View Elderflower. I knew there was something else. That is mine Elderflower. Okay, calm down and do a methodical search. I'm sure I have elderflower in here. How would I not have elderflower? Because I do. Okay, I've got two. I'm sure I've got two. Found one, and I think the other one's open. Look at these bugs on the door again. That and that. Is it not elderflower? It's a Murray Grizzard bottle, I am sure. Apple, passion fruit. No. Yep, I knew if I just calmed down, and it was literally in the front staring at me, but I found it. Okay, elderflower. Okay, oh, look, I'll move the chickens so you can see what's happening while I'm doing this. Hello, Heine, by the way. Project Redfoot painting 10 years ago, ready to go. Nice. Oh yes, use the PO box on my channel. Thank you. I will, because I'm back. I'll change the banner a little. Actually, I'll just get rid of the banner. What am I doing? All right. So first, we are going to make the cocktail. Okay, got that. What are the measurements? Okay. 15 mils of all those things. Okay. Let's do this. Okie dokie. I guess that's ready. Okay, that didn't seem right. Fuck is that? Okay. Lucky I was paying attention because that didn't work. Okay, whiskey. Oh, what I'm half an ounce Thranberry. Half an ounce of elderflower. This is too much. I got this back to front. That's not in this one. This is another one. Is this in here? Okay, so that's that. There's lids on, so I don't want to make a mess. Right. Ice. Ice, baby. Light playing. I feel like a bit of ice bumped the cord. Okay. It's dodgy as fuck. Probably gonna kill me one day. Okay. Let's do this. That's tangy. Oh, I think that sugar syrup is good. Okay, do I have my peeler somewhere handy? Yes, I do. It's right there. Peel a bit of orange peel off. Not that bit. Okay. Again. Okay, that's loose done. I should take a picky of this. Brand out, brand beauty. Okay. Take a picky for a thumbnail. All right. Now I got to do the talky bit. And then I can sit down and talky to you. I'm going to turn this around. Point to the heavens. Brighten it because God is looking down on us. Okay. Oh, Project Redport, you're dipping out. Okay, cool. No problem. Okay. That's about right for that. That's about right for that. Let's go. G'day, cocktail lovers. This is a riff on the old favourite, the Rusty Nail, called the Galvanised Nail. I found this on the Difford's Guide website, and I'm actually, as is pretty usual for me, doing my own little twist. The recipe on the site said to use apple juice. I actually made this today. It's like a sour apple syrup. And if you're watching the channel regularly, you may have seen me post a video on New Year's Eve. I did a shoey. What's a shoey? Asked rational people around the world. Well, it's a weird Australian recent tradition of drinking out of a shoe. In my case, it was a boot, and it was sparkling cider that I popped the cork on at midnight and then poured some into a boot and drank it. Now, as it turns out, I did not drink much of that cider, and there was a lot left, and I thought, well, I could just drink it, or I could do something with it. As an experiment, I reduced it down. By reduced it down, there's hardly any sugar in this, as it turns out. It's all water. I reduced it by about 90%, and it still wasn't syrupy. At that level of reduction, the tartness and dryness of the cider was actually quite extreme. It wasn't really usable. So I used that as a base for a syrup. Then I added water and sugar, essentially, and got quite a nice syrup, but it has this really fresh, crisp apple feel to it. And so that's what I chose to use instead of apple juice. And now, have I made a wise choice? I'm going to have a quick taste. Oh, that's good. And I feel like the syrup is really coming through in a positive way. This is how I made it. In a mixing glass, put 50 mils or just under 2 ounces of whiskey of your choice, then half an ounce or 15 mils of Drambuie or a similar liqueur, half an ounce or 15 mils of elderflower liqueur, and then I did 15 mils, half an ounce of my sour apple syrup. Add ice to the glass, stir that for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then strain that into a rocks glass over ice. I'm using some of my sexy clear ice. Look for a link at the end of the video for the easiest way to do that. A simple citrus twist as a garnish, and then we have the Galvanised Nail. I think it looks quite good, and it shows off the clear ice quite well, which I always like. And wow, I can't recommend experimenting with syrups enough. You get some very interesting flavors using fruit elements in them rather than just sugar and water. And I'm looking forward to finding other ways to use this one as well. In the meantime, I'm going to sit back and enjoy this. So I hope you're having a good time wherever you are, whatever you're doing. And I do hope to see you again soon. Until such time as I do, I will say cheers. Okay, kept it at the simple. And now I'm going to sit down. And that is actually quite a nice drink. 8 out of 10. So yeah. Oh. Okay. There we go, there we go, there we go. And now, I'm going to put that little bit in there anyway. And in fact, this is a problematic orange. I'm going to have to cut a bit off it. Maybe I keep making clarified cocktails when I juice oranges. Maybe I don't need to. Maybe I just have some orange juice. Crazy talk. I feel like things actually... Is that too bright? Oh, for fuck's sake. I'm knocking stuff over. Okay, you know what? I'm just going to knock it over again. Go there. Does this make a difference if I do this? That actually... Yeah, that's better. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay. So I'm settling in. It's like a sour apple whiskey drink. And that is actually quite good. It's a little bit sweeter than I thought it would be. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. 2 liqueurs? 2 liqueurs and the sugar syrup might have been a bit much, actually. I could have used smaller amounts, maybe 1/4 ounce of each of them. Oh well, c'est la vie. Oh wait, I thought I got rid of that banner. Jesus, that took me a while to notice. But there you go. I finally noticed it. And things are in order now. What are we doing here? Anything fun? Actually, I'm going to quickly look at emails. People trying to get me to go out. I mean, honestly, I don't need a lot of encouragement for that. Your offers have arrived. Yes, I do like Nova single malt. What are you selling it to me for? Yep, still $20 off. That's okay. I have spare bottles. I don't need more. So I think I saw the Talisker was like $20 off too, but I also don't need any more of that. Oh, that's even more. That's trying to do maths in my head. That is over $25 off. I mean, that's not bad. That's why I've got it, actually, because every now and then Dan's puts it on special. The Look Ahead on Netflix. What's coming up? Boy Swallows Universe. Young boy growing up in suburbs of 1980s Brisbane faces harsh realities of life, looming dangers that threaten his family. Ooh. Nostalgic, dark, mystery, magical realism set in Australia. Brisbane in the 80s. Honestly, I'm going to have to check out at least an episode of that. Good Grief. Oh, yes, that's a movie I've actually seen a trailer for. Dan Levy wrote and directed, I think. Golden Oldie, Galaxy Quest. So. Anything else happening? Oh, God, I get some silly emails from time to time. At the distillery, what do you want me to do? 5 cocktails that changed the world. Why an image of toast, you may ask? Saturday, 19th January. How far off is that? That's 2 weeks. I think they've got that date wrong. It's the 20th. Saturday is the 20th of January. I'm sure that wasn't me. Being silly. What's this? 5 cocktails that changed the world. Are they going to tell me what they are, or I have to go to their event? $40. Wait, they're not going to give me cocktails for that. Mixed in front of you, paired with I get a mini version. Actually, 5 mini cocktails for $40 is pretty fucking good. Like, even if they were only quarter size, that would be pretty good. But I don't know that I want to go out to Geelong. I might talk to Mrs. Angry about it. I like that drink. It's lighter than a lot of drinks I've been making for myself. Which is a nice alternative. All right. But I'll leave that for now, whether or not I'm going to Geelong in a fortnight. Did any fun news headlines happen? Big storms in Queensland. Tokyo Air Traffic Control suggests only one plane had permission to be on runway. Ugh. Sorry, I just can't see stories about that piece of shit Bruce Lerman without just having almost a physical reaction. But there you go. It's going to be in the news for a while. Oh, and this is my personal favourite. Also for the people who are freaked out by things Australian, just outside of Sydney, someone found like a record-sized male funnel web, almost 8 centimetres across. And they're the most toxic. The females are traditionally larger than the males, but the males are more deadly. And this one is about twice the size of apparently what experts would regard as a big funnel web. It's a big normal range funnel web is only half the size of this one. So doesn't that make you feel good? Makes me feel good. I'm not in Sydney. Too cold in Melbourne for funnel webs. But hot damn, that's the sort of thing that feeds into people's stereotypes about Australia, really. Scary, scary funnel webs. What are you going to do? Going to be scared of funnel webs. Okay, I'm a big fan of that drink. If ever made, I might even make it again tonight with less of the sweeteners in there. and see if that improves it. I wanted to make one more video before I get too drunk to be coherent in videos. Making a drink called the Sweet Lady. Because, you know, why not? Why not be a sweet lady? Heidi, spiders have primitive lungs, can evolve much bigger than an insect, which rely on holes in spiders. There you go. Oh, you're actually saying that is like flattery to the spiders. Insects don't have any lungs, they rely on holes in bodies. And so spiders have primitive lungs. Spiders, many sorts, can actually, I was telling Mrs. Angry a story about this, if they like fall into water, and in Sydney this happens in swimming pools, they sink, but they can go into a form of suspended animation, so they're not dead. They appear dead, but if you take them out, like put them in a jar, put them in the sunshine, they'll warm up, they'll come back to life. So remember that if you see little fuzzy things at the bottom of the pool, it's a spider. It's probably not dead. And actually, yeah, if you are in Sydney, if it is a funnel web, because it's inert, you should scoop it out and put it in a jar, see if it comes back to life. And if it does, you can contact the Australian Reptile Park, where they do the anti-venom program, and they'd probably like to have it. The more you know. So I'm doing a little rainbow. I don't know, because it goes like that. The more you know. It's a very American thing, but the internet has forced various American things on us. Ah! Cockroaches can do that too. Okay. I mean, mind you, animals do. You get frogs in the desert who bury themselves in mud, like they're underground, and go into suspended animation because it's going to be a drought. And they stay underground for years. And then when it rains and the moisture reaches them, they reanimate. Nature's weird, yo. And there are a whole bunch of mammals. Kangaroo's one of them. And I'm sure there are others. But there are mammals which can suspend the development of a fetus gestating until circumstances are better, and then resume the gestation. That's trippy as fuck. Imagine just being, I'm pregnant, but I don't want to have a baby yet. Okay, I'll just stop it developing, and I'll just sit there. Okay, now it's good. Finish developing, little unborn creature. I really feel, I feel like I will make that again with less sweetness and see what it's like. But, all right, as I was saying, before I get too drunk to be coherent, I'm going to make a short video, and we shall see then how drunk I am, and we'll see. We'll save it up for a while, but I do have a box of vinyl to do, memories. So, all right, I'm going to get myself ready. Oh, I left that on. It's okay. Okay. Chair out of the way. GoPro back in play. Now, let me go over here. Ooh, Scheiße. What's that? Why is it? Oh. It's like I was hitting something. The foot was just caught on the box. Okay. Yeah, I knew you were up for the vinyl, Strictly Sega. So I made a point of getting some out tonight. Oh, I left my phone over here. That's okay. Okay, so galvanized mail. Dunzo. Sweet Lady, number 1. Peach, white creme de cacao. Okay, so Drambuie can go away. This came back in the cupboard. Peach liqueur is coming over here. Now I've got to get the white creme de cacao and the chocolate bitters. Chocolate bitters. Which one is the white creme de cacao? Okay. And get the chocolate bitches ready. More bitches, why not? Ooh, let's do this. Okay, Nick is in a Nick and Nora. So, put this ice in the glass to chill it. Perfect. Put that there. What are the ingredients? 45, 10, 10. Okay, I'm going to use this one for this. 3/4. This is 45. Okay. Or, actually, you know what? Let's go 45 mils whiskey. Cook it. And this is going to be a small drink. Okay, deeper and down. Okay, I got everything ready. Bring the light back into play. Spook light. Okay. And I'll just do that. Oh, but did you fucking do that to me again? What is this shit? Why is it doing that? Okay. Looky, I'm paying attention. Okay. That part done. Put this ice in. And we shall put a bit more ice in there. It's for aesthetics. Alright. Book it. Okay. This one not happening. This is not really happening. Ooh. That's going to be pretty good. Ah, I got confused for a second there. It's a thing that happens. I get easily confused. Let's just do this. Oh. And it's in. Alrighty. Okay, so I'll get a picture for publicity purposes. Alright. Let's do this. Alright. Turn this around here. Put it into heavens. Brighten it up. Got that happening. Got this happening. Yep, that looks good. That looks good. That looks good. And we're off to the races. G'day, cocktail lovers. This cocktail is called the Sweet Lady Number 1. It's a whiskey drink that's sweetened with a few liqueurs, which think it's going to make it a crowd pleaser, but I'll have to try it. Oh yeah, that is just really easily drinkable. Great flavors. This is how we make it. In a mixing glass, we put 1.5 ounces or 45 mils of the whiskey of your choice. Then we put 1/3 of an ounce, around 10 mils of peach liqueur. And again, 1/3 of an ounce, 10 mils, this time of white creme de cacao. To round things out, we're putting about 4 drops of chocolate bitters. Add ice to the glass, stir it for 20 to 25 seconds to chill and dilute the drink, and then strain it into a chilled Nick and Nora glass. It's a lovely, elegant drink. You want the right glassware for this to really show it off, and give it a go. Maybe you're a sweet lady. Cheers. You're all sweet ladies. Okay, now I'm sitting down. I'm not making any more videos tonight. I mean, I can't imagine making any more videos tonight. Put this boot on the way. Turn that off so we have more gentle mood lighting. All right. Oh, right. Oh, that would be fun. We'll see if we can work out the technical issue. We did have technical issues last time, but we'll see if we can work that out. I would love to have you on in a bit. So, Heine, you reckon the frog story might have been inspired the Aboriginal myth? You're born from dirt and die, become dirt again. That's a Catholic thing. On Ash Wednesday, when you're getting the thing on the forehead, the priest says, "Remember, man, you are but dust, and unto dust you shall return." Okay. I love this one, Heine. What do Hell's Angels and Uncle Toby's have in common? Uncle Toby's Oats and Hell's Angels. I am genuinely at a loss. I would love to know what they have in common. A common belief. Did Uncle Toby blame the Jews for everything? No. Just slagging Uncle Toby. I don't even have the beginning of a clue, Heine. You should just tell me. So, both missing possessive apostrophe. There you go. I literally just looked up what it says about the lack of the apostrophe on Wikipedia. According to the Hells Angels website, they are aware there is an apostrophe missing in Hells, but it's you who miss it. We don't. That's pretty funny. And I think Uncle Toby's is probably just a visual thing. The marketers decided it looked better without the apostrophe. Yes, they should be Hell's Angel and Uncle Toby's. I think Hell's Angels is because they don't know or care about grammar. Uncle Toby's, I feel, would have been a marketing decision. Just a visual thing. I think they would have decided visually that it looked better without the apostrophe. Now you've drawn my attention to it, Heine. Uncle Toby's looks fucking weird. There's like something inherently wrong with it. I never thought that much about it until you drew my attention to it. But when you look at their logo, they've got it so Uncle and Toby's are the same width. They're both 5 letters, and putting an apostrophe in would throw it out of whack a little bit. So I feel like that's why they've done it. I did see that as well, Justin. Oscar Pistorius, who murdered his girlfriend and seemed to expect to get away with it. What did he do? 11 years in prison? But yes, even in South Africa, people are a bit blasé about violence because there is so much violence there, but people manage to be shocked by it. What, really? He just fucking fired a bunch of shots into her? Okay. Damn, dude. But, yeah. I wonder what prosthetics he had in prison, because he was famous for those... how would you describe his prosthetics? They... springy things. They kind of look like archery bows or paddles or something, and he could run super fast with those on. Yeah, I wonder if they let him have the high-tech prosthetics in prison, or he had to have a lower-tech one. Who knows? Well, actually, you could probably find out without too much trouble. But I care so little for the murdering piece of shit. I don't know. Oh, God. It was just so weird seeing news stories about crypto. It's like, haven't people worked out it's a fucking scam? But anyway. Wow, Mary Poppins star Glynis Johns dies aged 100. Holy cow, that's an innings and a half. She was the mother of the family, I think, who was a suffragette. Which is nice and radical for the time. Well, I mean, again, you have to say it's not really radical because it was set so long after the suffragettes, but dang. Melbourne suburbs where scores of homes are sitting empty. Dang. What is happening in this world, honestly? Illinois and Massachusetts voters seek to take Trump off the ballot. Dang. Everyone has a memoir in them. How telling your life story can help you see. Honestly, I think most memoirs shouldn't exist, really. Okay, some CEO being a complete cockhead. Company chief executive has been attacked for sending a memo to his workers demanding they work longer hours, sacrifice their personal lives, and forget the laughable belief they should be able to finish the day on time. Online furniture home goods retailer Wayfair made news for all the wrong reasons when the boss's email was leaked. Jesus Christ, what a steaming pile of shit. What a motherfucker. When the revolution comes, the people will have their justice. Justin, people growing brain tissue? I believe I have heard similar things, yes. And of course, there's an ethical thing in there. They might accidentally create consciousness because we don't even know what consciousness is. And yes, the Epstein papers released, which, again, just because someone's name is on it doesn't mean they indulged in the criminal activity that Jeffrey Epstein is famous for. But if someone's name appears in it a lot, like Bill Clinton, so, you know, I think I preferred my Galvan. Oh, I've got to remake the galvanized nail now with less sweetness and see if I like it. Yeah, there's it needs to be more than just names. This is people who had interactions with him, and honestly, a lot of people who shouldn't have had interactions with him, but you know, doesn't necessarily mean criminality. Oh, I put all the bits away. Dang. Okay, I need to get it out again. So, what was in my galvanized nail? Okay, sweet lady, you're going over to the doing pile. I need to get the Drambuie and the elderflower. Actually, I might do another one that's not as sweet as Drambuie. And then a little bit of elderflower and syrup. Okay. Very quick remake. Okay. Fuck. Try not to fucking fall over things. Okay, you go over here. I'm not making a video about this. You just go over here. Okay. Oh, I didn't even put that lid on. Alright. So, remember these two away. Get the elderflower back. And where is it? Lime burners, honey liqueur. Oh, not as sweet as Drambuie. Okay, I'm just going to put it in the fucking glass. Right. Whiskey. Whiskey makes you frisky. Okay. Und we'll do 15 mils of the lime burners. But I'll just do 7.5 mils of the elderflower. And the apple liqueur. The apple syrup, I should say. Okay. Okay. And I'm going to add a cherry to it, because I can. I might just put this back and close the cupboard. The mysterious cupboard of mystery. Put that there. Better get my glass. All right. And I get myself a cherry. Yeah, as I understand it, Strictly Sega, and I could easily have gaps in my understanding here. The list is just a list of people who had interactions with him and I don't know, traveled with him. That doesn't mean they're all sex criminals. I'll wager some of them are. Maybe many of them. Who knows? But if you're into really dark humor, just read the shit lawyer Alan Dershowitz is saying. My God. Someone making excuses for heinous behavior. Like the dude is so fucking dodgy, honestly. He said not asserting any criminality because the dude's a lawyer. All right, my amended galvanized nail. That's far more a whiskey drink. That's far less sweet. It's a bit more grown up. You want microchips in a head. Well, I look forward to the day where Elon Musk fanboys get their Neuralink chips and fucking die. Because those things are fucking lethal. Justin, I didn't say anything about AI and brain cells. I don't know what you're referencing there. Secret reason Mrs. Angry stay with Mrs. Angry so long. Oh, the 12. Thank you for noticing the gratuitousness of the stream name, Safa. I appreciate you leaning into my gratuitous innuendo. And I know you're all just waiting for me to whip my 12 inches out. I have quite a few, like I have a lot of them. I feel like I'm going to very much enjoy reliving the memories of these remix 12-inch vinyls. Maybe it needs to be in the middle. Maybe more of the elderflower. That's not bad though. The sour apple syrup is quite strong. There's the stuff I was talking about, like the cider. Talking about reducing it. I reduced it by like 95%. It's like all water. All the alcohol would have boiled off ages, but there's not much sugar in it because it didn't go syrupy. And I like reduced it volume wise by 95%. And then it's this really intense flavor. So then I added some sugar and water to make a syrup, which I think has worked well. I don't know what you're asking there, Safa. New vinyl players required what smaller sized vinyls? What period in history? The original record players played at 78 RPMs, and I think they could only have like ones because it rotated so fast. I think it could only have one song. Then in the 50s, someone came up with the long player, the album. It was the rock and roll era where it played at 33 and a third RPM and was 12 inches. And you'd put a bunch of tracks. And then also the single. I'm not sure when the 7-inch single was invented. So the 45s were traditionally 7 inches and, would hold a 3 to 5 minute song. And then in the 70s or 80s, someone came up with 12-inch remixes, extended mixes of things. Justin, brain cells attached to microchips. Okay, so you're referencing the suggestion that some people are actually just genetically creating brain cells. They were never part of a person. That's actually very difficult to answer question because you're coming into the whole question of intelligence. I was being slightly flippant with saying those people who are growing brain cells could accidentally create consciousness. I certainly never said artificial intelligence, I said consciousness. Because we as humans do not fully understand what consciousness is. But yeah, if you're growing brain cells, I wouldn't do it. I love your thing, Strictly Sega. They call them burger record players. Overpriced as fuck. Also, there were portable ones in the 60s that could probably only play 7-inch 45s. So those things have existed at various times. Skynet could be one. Okay, well, we're coming back into when we start talking about artificial intelligence that has actual consciousness. As I've been on record many times saying, the people pushing that are talking shit. It's what they're saying is not science. It's akin to religion. It's magical thinking because they just sort of go, it'll happen. And look, honestly, it might. There are obviously going to be an enormous number of things will happen in the future that I can't predict now, and you can't map the steps along the way. But until you can reasonably, scientifically, conclusively map out the steps, and the whole process could be falsifiable, then it's not science. It's faith. It's belief. It's magical thinking. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. And as I always preface when I say these AI evangelists are broadly somewhere on the spectrum between scammer and weird cultists, a lot of them way smarter than me and genuinely believe it's going to happen, but they can't tell you how it's going to happen. So it's not science, just isn't. Oh yes, that you get these. I think the old ads were take your record player to the beach. It would be battery operated, and you'd take your record player to the beach so you can do beach blanket bingo. So ordering Hungry Jacks, nice. I can see that being distracting, but don't want to interfere with someone ordering Hungry Jacks. Honestly, they have one of my favorite unhealthy burgers, the bacon double cheeseburger. So clearly, so unhealthy, but I genuinely like it. I was vaguely healthy for dinner. I had one of my microwave foods. Was it creamy? It was chicken Kiev, and they spell it properly. They spell it the Ukrainian way, not the Russian way, and that's pretty tasty. It was like sweet potato chips and broccoli and crumb chicken and a creamy sauce, and that's pretty good, quite honestly. Again, not sponsored. If I can sponsor me, Foods, for fuck's sake, I always talk about you. No one in their right mind would sponsor me. I'm so irresponsible. You had a boombox with the RCA auxiliary plugs, and you could plug a turntable into it. Neat. Oh, Justin, look, okay, everyone's so fixated on AI at the moment. We've kind of forgotten cloning. There are there are laws like cloning is legal. There are absolutely, unequivocally, without doubt, people around the world who are experimenting with cloning. No two ways about it. And again, that's actually not scientific. I can't prove that. That's an article of faith for me. And I'm just going on all of history. There's definitely someone doing it. Multiple someones. So what that will end up meaning, who fucking knows? We might get the answer to the nature versus nurture thing. So, You know, if a clone of you can turn to quite a different person, maybe even physically looking different, what does that tell us? And by a clone, I mean something that's taken from one of your cells. So it's not sperm fertilizing an ovum. It's one of your cells being triggered into splitting and replicating and eventually growing a human. It is almost definitely actually happened. If you look into how IVF works, there is a really high chance that someone has at least accidentally created a clone instead of it being two different parents' DNA that made the person. They triggered cell replication, and it was just one person. That's another thing, Sapa. Memories, and because and this is what I was saying: nature versus nurture. Is it we are innately who we are, or do our experiences and our environment shape us? I very strongly believe our experiences and our environment influences who we are as a person. So an absolute replica of oneself would not be the same because they would have different experiences. And so they would be a different person. That's my take. Hashtag not an expert. But, I don't think that's a particularly controversial view either. I know there are people who would disagree with it. I know there are people who are smarter than me who disagree with it. But there are also people who are smarter than me who agree with it. Honorable people can have legitimate differences of opinion. Oh, Safa, am I ever not philosophical on the streams? I'm always trying to come up with things to say, and so I always go into philosophy. Justin, likelihood someone will deliberately create lab-grown. Well, the argument is that that's, again, can't prove it, but there's a lot of people who believe it's already happening. The various government powers are putting a lot of research into killer viruses. Safra, I just talked about my dinner. I know that you love to ask, but I just talked about my dinner. U-Foods. I shall say no more until they sponsor me. Well, I probably will. Probably will say much more. Oh, did you duck out for a sec? Okay, that's fair. Yeah, no, I just had a microwave meal. Nothing fancy. I did make myself a pizza last night, and then I saved some of it and had it for breakfast. I just love doing that. Making a pizza, have some of it for dinner, but save some and have that for breakfast. I was almost going to do it tonight because it's like morning after drinking food, but I was just motivated to do it on Thursday night. So, there you go. You're having pizza's great. Well, see, Justin, you never know. Because I don't even know if we conclusively know what causes cerebral palsy as well. But that's the other thing. People talking about genetic modification of offspring to eradicate genetic illnesses kind of seems like something that would probably happen. Hardly my area of expertise. You know what's my area of expertise? Fucking eggnog. I made more eggnog today because I can't be stopped. And I made a hybrid one. It was eggnog, but with sweetened condensed coconut milk in it. And I might actually go and get myself a glass of it. Because it's always better when it sits for a while, even if it's just for a few hours. And it has been chilling in the fridge for a few hours. So I might actually duck out and get some eggnog. I'm going to have some water. My ice in my non-alcoholic drinking receptacle has been melting, which gives very bracing water, which I quite like. Oh, dude, I'm so fucking addicted. I think this is like my 6th batch. Okay. Is that the diagnosis, Justin? A stroke before you were born. Man, brains are incredibly complex things. Ugh, they're wild. Actually, God, you just made me think. Mrs. Anger and I finished the final season of The Crown on Netflix this week. And Princess Margaret dying from multiple strokes. Possibly dying, 20 years younger than her sister from a life of excess because she was a bit of a party girl. Uh, Very funny watching The Crown. If you watch it, remember that it's fiction. It's built around historical events. So certain key historical events are there, thing that happened. But almost all of the conversations that aren't public, which is way over half the show, probably over 3/4 of the show. I don't know if anyone's mapped it out, but all the conversations they have in The Crown on Netflix are fiction. They're made up. There are hints and guesses and whatnot. And again, The Crown is very interesting because it's extremely well made. Most of the acting performances are extremely good. Oh, sorry, yes, Justin. Uh, Good pickup. Cerebral palsy, not a genetic disorder. What does the internet say? What causes cerebral palsy? Abnormal development of the brain or damage to the brain. So, yes, a stroke. Possibly lack of oxygen at an important point could be it, but a stroke is also a very clear cause. So, thank you for picking that up because I did basically suggest cerebral palsy was a genetic disorder. So, thank you for picking that up, Justin. But yeah, I do recommend The Crown on Netflix. I think it's well written, well acted, well shot. It's a very well put together show. It's just important to remember it's fiction. It's following real people. It's following real events, but at least 75% of the show is fiction. It's just made up. So you need to remember that. Yes, learning is half the battle. And yes, and I think it is very important to acknowledge. Say something wrong or misleading. Oh, was that was G.I. Joe, wasn't it? Strictly Sega. Learning is half the battle. Yeah, no, Justin. They have two. They have two of so many of the conversations are two people alone in a room with no witnesses. They're made up. They are absolutely, definitely made up. And it is extremely important if you watch that show, or honestly, if you watch any TV show or movie that says inspired by real events, you need to understand what you are watching is fiction. Sometimes the people making it extrapolate private conversations or private events based on what was known publicly. But extremely often they completely fabricate events and conversations and interactions to further the story that they want to tell. So it's extremely important to understand that any TV show, movie, whatever, where they go like, inspired by real events, most of it's made up. The key historical events may or may not be portrayed accurately, but the conversations and the private interactions made up. Oh, do you like this one? I like this one. It's like a bowling shirt style one. I've got a few that are in this style. I like the simplicity of this one, the red and black and the martini here. I do like the simplicity of this one. But I do have a few in like the bowling shirt style. I do quite like them. And I still haven't bought any new ones for ages. And there are some relatively cheap ones, like less than $20, which are quite nice designs. I'm a little bit tempted to get them, but it's like, do I really need more? Oh, dude, I've been 10 pin bowling a lot. I am so bad at it. I've done it. I'm very bad at it. Yeah, a lot of them are actually a bit chaotic. The bowling shirt ones tend to be less chaotic. They're much simpler in design, and they usually just have like the one cocktail motif. So yeah, they're uh the bowling shirt ones are much more stylized. Anyway, God, really fucking loud crickets and or cicadas outside the window again. You know what? I'm gonna get some of this fucking eggnog I've made because I reckon it kicks ass. I'm just gonna go and get some. Actually, I might get two different ones and do a comparison. Yeah, boy. Ugh.
I'm just saying how warm it was in there.
You think this will be cooled down? I was thinking about it for the room one.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm sweating.
you know, can you do it? Oh, you're comparing mine.
Which one? Can I see all this?
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, that's over there. All right, sorry for the delay. I did get diverted. This angry wanted some eggnog too. Oh, it's got very cool outside. Maybe if I could open a window here, maybe. Fucking hell, where's the window? Oh. Is there a window here? No. Okay, Jesus Christ, where's the fucking window that I can open? Ugh. Honestly. Here we go. Here's a window. Yeah, okay. That hasn't been opened in a while. The cicada out here is going to get louder. See if a breeze comes in there or not. Oof. Sorry, I didn't have a chicken in charge, Dr. Abigail. I do have clarified eggnog here as well, Strictly Sega. Justin, I get what you're saying, but you need to understand unequivocally that show is fiction. Okay? It's fucking fiction. Doing the what ifs, what we know beyond doubt is that show is fiction. Anyway, this is eggnog I made today that has sweetened condensed coconut milk in it. God damn, that's yummy. Oh, that's so good. This is one I made about a week ago. Eggnog gets yummier when you leave it to sit for a while. Oh, God. Ugh. So fucking obsessed with this stuff, quite honestly. But, you know, it's like, I can't believe I've never gotten this much into it in the past. It's like, just this year, it's like, hey, yeah, I'm going to get into eggnog. And it's, guess what? Eggnog's fucking awesome. Make it yourself. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. Ooh. Ooh, that stuff's fucking killer, quite honestly. And I'm going to save. I've got in the fridge at the moment. There are 3 different recipes. It's 4 bottles, 3 recipes. I'm going to save at least 2 of them. I'm going to age at least 2 of them, and see what they're like next Christmas. So, like after being aged for a year, I aged it for 3 months this time, and it was extremely yummy. So gonna age it for longer and see how it goes. Ugh. Can't get over how yummy eggnog is, though. I mean, Mrs. Angry gave my eggnog high praise. She said it's as good as the Hellier Road cream liqueur, which we both agreed when we first got it. Like, this is the best thing ever. And she's saying my eggnogs are as good. So that is very flattering. But hot damn, it's so yummy. Now I want to throw in, because I do have, this is clarified eggnog. So store-bought eggnog that I added booze to and then clarified. I just put a very little bit of that on ice to chill it. Ugh. So all the noise of passing traffic and cicadas and whatnot is going to be louder because I opened that window, but I kind of need some cool air in here. So you all should probably remind me when I finish the stream. I should, because actually the curtains in such disarray, I probably won't forget. But you should definitely remind me to close the window. God damn, this eggnog is so good. I can't wait to try this one in a week or so, because it's just going to be better. It's wild how eggnog just gets better. Ugh. Also, probably really bad for me. Oh my god, so fucking good. So can you not hear the cicada? I just worry that it's sort of coming on. Oh my god, that eggnog's so fucking good. Like when I made some today, and I went to Mrs. Wang. Okay, that's like the last ones I'm gonna make. She said, "Really, really, are you really gonna stop making it? Because we both like it so much." And I went, "Okay, well, I will certainly make it on demand." That was water, by the way, cleansing my palate a bit from the creaminess of the eggnog. This is the clarified eggnog. God, it's so tasty. It's like fruity. Because there's orange juice in it. Man, that's fucking yummy too. God damn, why do I make such yummy stuff? Oh, I'm just out of control with making yummy things. It always, and I know I always say this too, but I feel slightly vain when I talk about something I've made and go on at great length about how yummy it is. Because like that sounds like really vain, like, yeah, I make really good drinks, but I make some really fucking good drinks, honestly. Shit I am really into. So I'm just being honest when I taste something and go, oh my god, that's fucking awesome. So, that's what it is. I think, okay, I'm just extremely arbitrarily, I think I'm going to do 9:30. I'm going to start going through, I'm going to whip out my 12 inches. Oh, I'm glad that you well, again, taste is very subjective. And I probably like stronger drinks than a lot of people do. But also, I think I can be a fair arbiter of when a drink is particularly good. So, throw out my recommendations like, hey, yeah, make this. It's real fucking good. It's always a cocktail party in my mouth. Oh, dear. So we're meant to have a couple of hot days, then a couple of really soggy days. And I just remembered, I probably left my phone. Where's my phone? God damn it. Just draining the battery. I haven't. Let's get it over here. Oh, gosh darn it. Okay, just fucking close that. What is Bomb saying? So, saying it's still 22. Ooh, what warnings do we have? Is it flood watch in the catchments? Okay. But the next couple of days, oh shit, they've upped tomorrow to 31. God damn, I'm not doing anything. I'm staying inside and putting the air conditioning on. Actually, that's not true. I'm going out with Mrs. Angry tomorrow night. It's not too hot. So tomorrow's meant to be 31, no rain. But then the next couple of days, Sunday, 29, but 4 to 20 millimeters, and Monday, 9 to 40 millimeters. That's a couple of soggy days, quite honestly. God damn. It's an interesting question, Justin, because there is more stuff with the Crown that they could do. But I don't know, who knows? I think it was reasonably successful for Netflix. I don't know, maybe they would. I think the Royals became less and less a fan of it as it went on, particularly once it got into the Diana stuff, which was very fraught for them. Okay, so for example, you use real coffee where I use fake. Yeah, because I just don't like coffee, but lots of people do. I don't know that I'm a minority, but it's, just because I don't like coffee, I don't suggest other people shouldn't like it either. But yeah. God, I was thinking, what would you do about Australian politics? There were a few pretty good Australian politics shows. It was made in the 80s and 90s. The Dismissal was pretty good. Was probably a little bit loose with some of the facts. And then there was one about a mid-20th century politics called True Believers. And it particularly centred on Ben Chifley of Labor and Robert Menzies of the Liberal Party. But again, they did a random thing, like they had the Communist Party in there, which split from the Labor Party. And they had one scene where the wife of the leader of the Communist Party who'd split from the Labor Party was, I think, telling her brother who was in the Labor Party, like, she wishes he wasn't doing this and fucking everything up. And the real person that was based on was still alive. And she wrote in the papers going, how fucking dare you make up that totally fucking fictional scene where I shit talk my husband. I'm a true believer. I never did that. Fuck you, people. So, yeah. There was a Hawk mini-series. Okay. Oh, didn't Richard Roxburgh play Hawk in that? Had the people who did Underbelly, so it had to have sex. Hawkeye was pretty into sex, though. Yeah, I don't know. Bob Hawke getting it on. But yeah, I mean, like he was getting it on. Who knows how many times he cheated on his wife. But he definitely did with his biographer, Blanche Dupulgé. Again, Hazel Hawke, hero of the Labor Party, because she knew Bob was fucking around. And if she'd have gone public, it would have destroyed his prime ministership and probably lost Labor power quite a few years before they did actually lose power. But she was enough of a stalwart of the Labor Party to just keep quiet, even though Bob was treating her like shit. So, big tip of the hat to Hazel Hawke. She would have been completely justified with going public about how Bob was fucking around. But she didn't, because it would have destabilized the party. So, yeah. She's more of a champion of the fucking Labor Party than Bob Hawke was, quite honestly. Like a neoliberal dipshit. Sorry, I'm just going to go on a whole rant about how America loved, like, Bob Hawke loved sucking America's cock. I mean, he was a union guy, sure, but he's also a business guy. Oh my God, Justin, the US presidents were also corrupt and fucked up and weird. You could just go to town with US presidents. Well, there was even, Jackie Kennedy and JFK were in an episode or two, and they had a scene where Again, fictional, but we do know that Jackie and JFK were dosed the fuck up on drugs to make public appearances. So I think, yeah, like the conversation or letter to the Queen, that's fictional. They made that up. But it was a real thing that JFK and Jackie were dosed the fuck up on drugs to make all their public appearances, like on so much speed. So much speed. Good quality medical grade amphetamines. Oh, Clinton Lewinsky. Damn, yeah. And I fully admit I'm one of the people who cut Bill Clinton too much slack because, okay, at least it was pseudo consensual. I don't want to belittle Monica Lewinsky at all, but the power imbalance involved in Clinton having sexual relations with an intern is just, like I said, might not be illegal, but it's a really fucking gross abuse of power. Was JFK a shy guy? I mean, that's not the impression I got, but again, I'm not a historian, I'm not an expert. Oh, God. That would just be a shit show from beginning to end. Probably extremely entertaining, Justin, but just the rampant fuckery of the Trump presidency, like having actual no. So, strictly saying, you reckon JFK was very okay? I got the impression he was very okay. I mean, you know, banging Marilyn Monroe. He was like the movie star president. It's a whole thing. Oh, that was a funny thing with Sinatra. Sinatra and his mob connections. And that's like one of the rumors about who was actually behind the JFK assassination, the mob, because JFK's dad was a fucking criminal. They thought, like, if the Teamsters, who were mob controlled, locked up votes for JFK, then he would owe them. And then Bobby Kennedy particularly turned on the mafia and wanted to prosecute them or whatnot. And so, yeah, one of the conspiracy theories is the mob were behind the JFK assassination because they felt betrayed, because it was like, we're going to organize votes for you and you look after us. And again, it's kind of like they don't realize they're criminals or something, which is very weird. But yeah, and then Sinatra ended up hating him too because they wanted to dissociate from Sinatra because he was so clearly identified with the mob. Actually, I agree, Justin. That movie W about George W. Bush was pretty good. And likewise, one called Vice, where Christian Bale plays Vice President Dick Cheney. That was pretty good. Again, it was more like telling you a vibe rather than telling you strictly historical things. But good movie. I do like Vice as well. Where Christian Bale, not wearing a fat suit, actually put on the weight to play Cheney. It's like, dude, that guy's gonna fuck himself up so much with his method acting. Getting all beefy to be Batman, getting wasted and emaciated to be the machinist. You're a fan of the filmmaker Adam McKay. Vice was definitely good. And there was just some genuinely funny stuff in Vice. Like, I very much recommend watching it just because the way they portrayed certain things is very funny, very non-naturalistic and very funny. And yes, Safa, Christian Bale appears to be a method actor, definitely. Hey, Pat, how you doing, big guy? What's happening? I'm trying to think, there's probably people who are even more method than Christian Bale, but of the modern era, he's very method. But literally, like the New York school, that's people like Al Pacino and Dustin Hoffman and Robert De Niro. Oh, the name's familiar. What movies did Jay Roach do? Strictly Sega. And hello, Hannah. How you doing? You know what I might do? I might take a very brief wee wee break, and I might even just get a bit more ice for my glass, pour myself another drink. And then I feel like I'm going to bring out the vinyl. Strictly saying, I think Bale is broadly good. If he's decided to make a movie, it's probably worth watching. Might not be the greatest movie ever, might be flawed, but it's worth watching. Oh, God, speaking about Rusty, I was just randomly flipping today, and that one where he plays a road raging psycho called Relentless or something, or is it called Unhinged? He's fucking great because he gives his character no redeeming features whatsoever. Like Rusty's like, I don't care. I will be the most objectionable character in a movie ever. I don't need to be redeemed. Val Kilmer, yeah, he was method for. Oh, Jim Carrey did predict that one Man on the Moon about the comedian Andy. What's his name? Jim Carrey's a fucking asshole. What Jim Carrey did wasn't method. It's just like Jim Carrey misunderstanding method and being an asshole. Also, Russell Crowe plays Roger Ailes. Oh, he'd be a good Roger Ailes, actually. Yeah. Watching a show about Demon Power Bitch CEO. Neat. He's freaking out that he's lost his powers. She has no idea that happened. That kind of sounds fun. That's it, Andy Kaufman. Thank you, Dr. Abigail. So Jay Roach did Austin Powers, Meet the Parents, Game Change, the Sarah Palin movie. Oh, Bombshell, about the women who exposed sexual harassment at Fox. Yeah, okay. So she's convinced he's in love with her and he's just existing. Is that like, that sounds like a Korean show, quite honestly. That sounds very much like a Korean show. Is it? And I kind of vaguely feel like I've seen it on one of the streaming services. Like not watched it, but seen a thing for it. I don't know. Okay, so I'm going. Okay, look, I'll leave the chickens in charge. Just so everyone knows someone's in charge. I'll be gone for a minute or two. Not long, but a minute or two. We'll leave the chickens in charge. So I won't be long, but you know, chickens in charge. While I go out, I'm just going to get some ice. opened the window because it was an obviously sensitive. Yeah, and I tasked everyone watching the stream to remind them of the Alright. I'm back. It's me again once more. I'm back. Alright, chickens, thank you for your service. We will do this. So Hannah, in this demon show, she turns up to a restaurant thinking it's a blind date. It's her birthday, cake comes out. He ordered a whole cake for himself and she crashed his meal. Nice. Yeah, of course it's Korean. Okay, yeah. No, just the way you described it, go, that sounds really like a Korean drama. I may have even seen it advertised. All right. I'm going to have another clarified cocktail. Okay. Oh. And maybe it's time for Memory Lane with vinyl. I'll give you... These are all 12-inch singles. Not all of them are actually extended remixes. Most of them are, but not all of them are. Some of them are multi-track EPs. But this is Memory Lane. Most of these are from the late 80s. Some are earlier, some are later. And they should more or less be in alphabetical order. Starting with A. Okay, this is an extended version. The Assembly, Never Never. I do really like this one. The Assembly, Vince Clarke, and the singer's Feargal Sharkey. Feargal Sharkey was originally in a band called the Undertones, and he had one big hit under his own name called A Good Heart These Days is hard to find. But that one, Never Never, by the Assembly, it's just this great mournful, it never happens to me, it never happens to me. As in falling in love. Good. I like that one. That's the extended version. Ostentatious Australiana. Okay, you have to be of a certain age to remember that. But not only did I have the 12-inch single of Ostentatious Australiana, I have the there we go. The Phantom Rap. I have his album. I have a disturbing number of ostentatious things. Oof. Oh yes, that's right. No, Feargal Thief did have another hit. Feargal Sharkey had a hit called "You Little Thief." Yes, Irish singer. Now, this one I fucking love. This is slightly obscure. The Age of Chance. They're Brits doing a version of the Prince song "Kiss." I fucking love it. Yes, I did have the Ostentatious album as well, which is honestly mildly embarrassing, but whatever. But this, I fucking love this. The Age of Chance doing Kiss. That's a good one. I like that one. Okay. Okay. My all-time favorite, The Angels. Now these ones might be relatively rare. There's 2 EPs in this one plastic sleeve. Never So Live. This is a much earlier. This might be relatively rare. This might be worth something to a collector. Out of the Blue. So when was Out of the Blue? So this has got side 1 is Out of the Blue. Side 2's Mr. Damage, Save Me, and Am I Ever Gonna See Your Face Again? What year is this? I'm trying to see a year on this. No, I'm not sure. I think it's very early 80s, though. Maybe even 70s. Why can I not find a year on this? Anyway, this might be worth something to a collector. But the other one, which came later, Never So Live, what's on that? Fashion and Fame, Talk About You, Bad Dream, Angel. So those are less well known, but the Angels were more at their peak here. Recorded live in 1981. So I reckon Out of the Blue is 70s, 78, 79. And Never So Live's 81. So I think those are relatively rare. Might be worth something to a collector. Okay. Peel Sessions. Peel Sessions was a BBC radio show where a whole bunch of artists would come in and perform live in the studio at the BBC. This is Billy Bragg's Peel Sessions. Rays, dude, you survived a brutal work week. Congratulations to you. So on the Billy Bragg Peel Sessions are A New England, Strange Things Happen, This Guitar Says Sorry, Love Gets Dangerous, Fear is a Man's Best Friend, A13 Trunk Road to the Sea, which is like his version of Route 66. And this, 87. This is from 87. The Peel Sessions were a big thing in the 80s. All right. Up to the Bees. What's next? Oh, God, this is pretty obscure. Don't know if anyone remembers Johnny Batchelor. He's a New Zealander. He was in a band called the Drop Bears. Work and Save. God, I think there's something unrelated. Oh, yeah, it's just stuck to unrelated. Oh, Cooking with George. I think that's a Triple J or a Double J thing. Yeah, pretty obscure bands, Poles Apart and Great Outdoors. I think that was live in the studio. Oh, God, Rays, you might be doing Nights. That might be less hot, at least. Eyewash. I mean, I argue about a lot of things. You can tell me something to argue about, and I'll tell you if I'm in the mood to argue about it. Showing off vinyl records. Okay, so Billy Bragg. What's next? Oh, Colorbox. I really like Colorbox. 12-inch single of Punch. It's slightly obscure. The brothers who did the music for this are in Mars, which was famous for Pump Up the Volume. But if you ever see something by Colorbox, they're worth it. Okay, fun argument. Vinyl records were dated even when they were released. Okay, dude, I think you underestimate how old I am. I have these vinyl records because these were the only things available at the time. I was buying these before CDs existed. So I think your argument's falling down because you underestimate how old I am. Rays. Oh, yes. If you want me to argue, say you like vodka. And I will go to town about how much vodka sucks. But, vodka is just to get drunk. If you just want to get drunk, fine, go for it. Okay, Colorbox, so we're into the seas. Ooh, here's a nice one. Very different vibe to Colorbox. Lloyd Cole and the Commotions. Those were basically my choices, Dr. Abigail. Cassettes and vinyl. Vinyl does predate cassettes, though. See, we're on the same side of this argument, Eyewash. Vodka is overrated. Vodka's nothing. It's just for getting drunk. Get drunk on something with character. So this is probably not extended. It's just released on 12-inch format. But that's a great song, Rattlesnakes. She looks like Eve Marie Saint in On the Waterfront. Oh, God, here we go. old school fucking indie shit. The Cure. Again, this is not. I don't think these are extended even, but this is Charlotte Sometimes and the Hanging Garden. This is like very early 80s, possibly even late 70s. So it's got a forest, primary, Charlotte Sometimes, Hanger. Charlotte Sometimes might be my favorite Cure song, actually. All right. So, staying alphabetical, what's next? Oh, another color box one. Not so much my favorite, this one, but it does have Tarantula on it, which I like. But I literally just got it because it was color box. Okay, we're on the same side because of vodka. Also, because you're on Twitch, just to know, most people watch me on YouTube, but I use something called StreamYard to restream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time, and even Facebook. Are you like close to me? I don't mind close to me. You love vinyl, warmer, full sound. Well, that's a lot of arguments around that. Depends on tapes. Like a lot of cassettes were actually fairly cheaply produced, and so the sound wasn't very good, or it didn't preserve the sound for very long. Ugh, what's next? These are really tightly crammed in, these 12-inch singles. Okay. This is a fucking great pop song. Thinking of You by The Color Field. I watch my okay, so I'm on YouTube at the moment. I'm just on the Angry Aussie channel. My cocktail channel is called Angry Cocktails, but the YouTube stream is on Angry Aussie. I don't think that's accurate, strictly Sega. I think we might be getting into semantic arguments as well. But when stuff was just recorded onto tape, that's regarded as an analog recording. And you used to get in the early CDs, there was a 3-letter code. It would be a mixture of A's and D's. A for analog, D for digital. And it was like, was it recorded analog or digitally? Was it mastered analog or digitally? And was it released? And if it was on CD, it was released digitally. So it might be AAD, ADD, DDD. Oh, thank you. Thank you, iWash. So you meant recording-wise, tape or digital? Oh, yeah, no, in a recording studio, fat tapes can absorb a lot, yes. Now, some Cure. These are 12-inch extended mixes of the Cure. Boys Don't Cry. That's the re-release, not the original. Look at it, paid $5.99 for this single. And the 12-inch remix of Why Can't I Be You? So there's a bit of Cure in here. Let's see, what else have we got? God, they're crammed in so tight here. Ugh. No, I did that one. What's this one? Okay, this is a bit of an obscure one. Camper Van Beethoven. I don't even remember what this one sounds like. This is the first of these 12-inch vinyls that I don't actually remember what it sounds like. Camper Van Beethoven. I think they're American. Okay, sometime when I'm free, I'll check the link. But I feel like that might be a semantic argument as well. What's this? Okay. Oh, okay. Speaking of The Cure, Dinosaur Jr. doing The Cure. This is Dinosaur Jr. doing a cover of The Cure, Just Like Heaven, which I really like. Also, another thing you could do with vinyl. Okay, so usually there's stuff on both sides. In this one, the tracks are all on one side. The other side is an artistic etching. You can't play this side. This side doesn't have music on it. You see? That's an artistic etching. Now, sometimes you get vinyl that's laser etched and the music's still on it, and you can play the laser etched side. This one isn't. The etched side doesn't have music and can't be played. Will fuck up the needle on your record player if you try to. Try and remember if I have any special coloured or funny ones in here. Ooh, okay. Here's another classic. Depeche Mode, People Are People. The different mix. So yeah, these are different. Depeche Mode would put out so many mixes of tracks. And I think we're going to find a few Depeche Mode 12 inches in here. Okay, so this one. Shake the Disease, more Depeche Mode. And 5-track, 25-minute single, Stripped. So 2 different 12-inch singles. Yes, we're going to have a because I like Depeche Mode, and they tended to release a lot of versions of things. This band, I think, is Scottish. Deacon Blue, great pop music. This one's called Loaded. And I also don't think this is like a remix. Oh, it's the full-length version. So they might have released a shorter version on 7-inch vinyl. But they're a good pop band. Deacon Blue did some really good pop music. There was a period in the 80s where some really good pop music came out of Scotland. Well, more Depeche Mode. I said Depeche Mode were going to come up a bit. Oh, yeah, Strictly Sega. I love Real Gone Kid from Deacon Blue. That's a good song. So this Depeche Mode 12-inch has, it's called The Heart, Fly on the Windscreen. So more Depeche Mode going on here. And I think Depeche Mode is a fashion term. Don't know exactly what it means, but I think it is a fashion term. And the French get upset that this band called themselves Depeche Mode because in France they pronounce it Depeche Mode. Okay. Martin Stevenson and the Dainties. This is very folky. Boat to Bolivia. It's the extended riverboat mix of Boat to Bolivia. This is really good. Martin Stevenson released a lot of fun stuff, sort of, as I said, folky stuff. Oh, God. Okay. This one might be a little bit rare. And it's of a particular bit in Australian music history. Died Pretty. Next to Nothing. Oof. The lead singer in this, he was so fucking messed up, honestly. But this has some really good tracks in it. It's a 4-track EP. Ron Pino, who was the lead singer, he was kind of messed up. As a lot of people in the music industry are, quite honestly. Who have we got here? Oh, okay. This one is a bit more mainstream, I guess. Who remembers The Dream Academy, Life in a Northern Town? There was a bit of it. Again, $5.99 for a 30.5 centimeter, aka 12-inch single. This has a extended version on it, as well as the 7-inch version. Oh, here's another classic Aussie one. Do Re Mi. Sadly, Deborah Conway's turned into a Trump-loving conspiracy theorist, which is hard to believe because she was like a raging feminist. But yeah, Idiot Grin. That was a fun track, actually. But they did some good pop music, some good political music. It's really weird that she's turned into an anti-vaxxer and a Trump supporter. Okay. This is a shit top 41 that I have no idea. I might have been given this. I have trouble believing I bought this. Mark Edwards, no one's going to remember him. But now we're into one that I actually like. Fine Young Cannibals, Blue. And this is all about the colour of the Tory party is blue. And the last line in the song is blue, it's a colour so cruel. About how the Tories were fucking ravaging England in the 80s. Oh, and suddenly the playlist is getting a bit gayer. Flotsam Jetsam. These guys just... I actually saw them live supporting Queen. The one-time Queen toured Australia when Freddie Mercury was still alive. But I've got an EP of theirs called Horror Box. Contains 5 tracks, including Power, and another 12-inch single of theirs called Show Me. They did great sort of gay disco music. They're a little bit obscure. But here we go, not obscure. Very worldwide number one. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, 2 Tribes. Couple of mixes of 2 Tribes on this 12-inch. And very randomly, I kind of got peer pressured into getting this one. It's not even any good, but it's a tribute to wrestling called Over the Ropes. But it has the people who put it together, some very interesting people from Australasian music. Andrew Duffield, who was from The Models, Noel Crombie, who was from Split Enz, Paul Jennings, I think, was in Split Enz too. Yeah, there were some very interesting people from the Australian music industry were involved in it. But I also kind of think I got peer pressured into buying it by someone in a record shop. One for all the family. You've Got Fetus on Your Breath. I do love the J.G. Thirlwell oeuvre. He recorded under so many different names, and there was a whole bunch of different ones that had fetus somewhere in the name. And you've got to admit, releasing under the name You've Got Fetus on Your Breath takes something kind of special. He's a bit of a unit. Oh, James Thirlwell. He's from Melbourne, actually. Did the theme for the Venture Brothers. Oh. God, more Flotsam Jetsam. How gay is my music collection? This is a ballad they did, which I really like, called Distraction. And this was kind of their breakout hit in Australia, called 100% 1 Second Love. It says $5.99, but there's another sticker that says $3. I got it cheaper. So I appear to have a lot of 12-inch singles that were like $5.99. Oh, okay. Still in the F's. Now we've got Scraping Fetus Off the Wheel. Honestly, we could have a little poll on what is the crassest name. Is You've Got Fetus on Your Breath or Scraping Fetus Off the Wheel, the more crass name. But this is one of my favourite Fetus tracks, Ramrod. I love it. Oh yeah, Rays, absolutely, dude. I will never shy away from the gay elements in my music collection. No way. Not for a second. Like in modern days, it's like Brendan McLean, another Australian artist, is like, when I'm doing auto playlists from YouTube Music or something, it's going, yeah, you know what, this playlist should be a bit gayer. I'll just pick a Brendan McLean song, and then the the playlist will get a lot gayer. But yes, this one, Ramrod, I reckon love. That's probably my favourite Fetus track. All right, where were we? Flotsam Jetsam. Again, very hard to get more different than Flotsam Jetsam and Fetus. But here's another, Fine Young Cannibals, and I fucking love this one. This is their cover of the Elvis song, Suspicious Minds. And speaking of making your record collection gayer, that's Jimmy Somerville from the Bronski Beat and the Communards does the backing vocals. This fucking kicks ass. Suspicious Minds is fucking awesome. Just their music is great, and Jimmy Somerville's soaring vocals in it are just fantastic. Oh, we're not done with Fetus. I've got even more Fetus in there. The Fetus All Nude Review, which again is far more subdued than the other titles, quite honestly. This is a really bluesy track called Bedrock. It's good. Not as good as Ramrod. I fucking love Ramrod. Oh god, we're getting it. There is some weird shit in here. I just kind of looked a little bit ahead. And there is some truly weird shit coming up. Okay, so what's this one? Okay, this is not the weird shit, but this is a 10-inch single. Do you know people would occasionally release 10-inch single? Build by the House Martins. 4-track EP. The album they had out was called The People Who Grin Themselves to Death. This is a good track. I kind of like that occasionally people would release 10-inch singles. So again, Safa, I wasn't an edgy vinyl collection because it was just all vinyl. There wasn't a choice. Wash It All Off. I feel like you got on Wikipedia for that. Their biggest hit. Wash It All Off's not bad. Ramrod's probably my favourite track, though. Like a ram. Again, I wish the whole fucking content matching wasn't a thing. I'd love to DJ and just play a bit of it because it's dark and messy. This is a really good EP from Hunters and Collectors. Living Daylight. 4-track EP. No, 3-track. Inside a Fireball, Living Daylight, and January Rain. So 2 are really driving rock songs. Inside a Fireball and Living Daylight. And January Rain is quite a nice ballad. Nice. Doing another Spotify playlist. Excellent. This, very good Hunters and Collectors. Probably got some more Hunters and Collectors in here, actually. What's here? Speak of the devil, Hunters and Collectors, Say Goodbye. This might be the biggest hit they had, and this is actually a 12-inch remix, an extended mix. I did really love this track. You Don't Make Me Feel Like I'm a Woman Anymore. I got to interview for the college radio station. You Don't Make the drummer from Hunters and Collectors, and I said, "Do you reckon anyone in Australian music apart from Mark Seymour could get away with singing the line, 'You don't make me feel like I'm a woman anymore'?" And he laughed and said, "That's kind of like an in-joke in the band because we get all these buffy blokes in the audience and watching them sort of with their arm around their mate singing, 'You don't make me feel like I'm a woman anymore' is pretty funny." So, well, the average price of the 12-inch singles was $5.99. So Holy Grail. Oh, that's right. Holy Grail. Oh, God, they tried so much to have Throw Your Arms Around Me be a big hit. They kept re-releasing different mixes of it, and it was never as big as they thought it should be. And I kind of agree with them, quite honestly. Okay, this is a top 41 that I had because I was actually literally doing discos at one point. Carol Hitchcock doing Get Ready. The original Get Ready is a Motown song, which is really good. Honestly, this isn't terrible. But this is like a late 80s dance version of Get Ready, the old Motown song. It's not terrible. Ooh, now we're getting into obscure indie stuff again. It's Immaterial. I really like It's Immaterial. This is a 12-inch single Rope. Got the extended mix on it. This is quite a look, the rope is breaking. Saints alive will fall. And our house is burning down. Save us one and all. What's this one? Okay, this is by a band called I Start Counting. I was not even particularly into this. I just bought it because it was I Start Counting. Catch That Look is the name of. I Start Counting. They had a couple of singles that I really liked. This one's not bad. But there's one in particular called Are You Still Smiling? And another one called Letters to a Friend that I really liked. So I got that one not so much because I liked the particular single, but I was into the band. Oh, another Peel Sessions. This one, Joy Division. So what's on this? Love Will Tear Us Apart, of course, and then some more obscure ones. 24 Hours, Colony, Sound of Music. This 70-something. So, yes, that's very new wave, post-punk. Okay, now we are into one of the weirdest ones. This is even weirder. This is weirder than having Ostentatious in my collection. Jacko. Mark Jackson, the AFL footballer. The 12-inch prawn mix of I'm an Individual. Oh, I do. The Doug Anthony All-Stars were great singers and they did really good harmonies. Their version of Throw Your Arms Around Me was very good. And I have not heard that raised. They did kind of have a falling out. I don't know if it's about politics or whatever. Oi, you can't fool. I'm an individual, you can't fool me. An into bloody vigil, you can't fool me. Raised, if I was to guess if that happened, oh God, now I'm trying to remember the names. Anyway, deep down, I don't care. Okay, so that's Jacko. Where were we up to? Joy Division, Jacko. A bit more Joy Division. Love Will Tear Us Apart. 12-inch. You're not self-respecting Gen X if you don't have Love Will Tear Us Apart, quite honestly. And speaking of the 80s, Killing Joke, 80s. I fucking love this track, quite honestly. It's a really good. This does actually have extended mixes on it. I don't think any of them beat like the original one, but the whole thing. The amount of Charlie they went through. Yeah. Well, Tim, what's his name? What did he end up? Was it multiple sclerosis? Something quite physically debilitating. Like he's in a wheelchair. Has been in a wheelchair for a while. Tim Ferguson. Okay. So from Killing Joke post-punk to electronica, Kraftwerk. Music non-stop. Not the greatest Kraftwerk track, but one that I was able to get. 6-minute version of Music non-stop. And again, just stylistically, flipping around to a ridiculous degree, King Kurt, On the Road to Rack and Ruin. And again, this is not so much that I liked this track, but I loved King Kurt's Destination Zululand, which was impossible to get. But then I saw this, so I thought I'll get it just because it's a King Kurt one. It's not terrible, but it's nowhere near as good as Destination Zululand. Oh, and we're back to Australia again. Midnight Oil's Armistice Day 12-inch. Oh, and it's got the B-side's a live version of Stand in Line, which is really good. Oh, you've been listening to Kraftwerk? The model is really good. They had a bunch of good stuff. I like Tour de France. There's a very silly one of theirs, which is almost like a parody of Kraftwerk called Pocket Calculator. I'm the operator with my pocket calculator. I'm adding, I'm subtracting. It's very silly, at least in my estimation. Okay. Oh, okay. Oscillate. Oh, now some Oz stuff. Who remembers My Sex? I really love this song, Blue Day. Their biggest hit was probably Computer Games, but this is a ballad, which I really quite like. So there you go. And again, Oz pop music legends. Mental as Anything. Live It Up extended mix. See, $5.99. That was definitely very common in the late 80s. 12-inch singles for $5.99. Oh wow! So Strictly Say You Love Blue Day, your favorite song. It's such a good song. I really like the thing. Oh, the Midnight Oil song was honestly one of Midnight Oil's weakest songs. So don't add that to the playlist. I've got more Midnight Oil in here. Better tracks. Right. So start straight into it. This is much better than Armistice Day. The Dead Heart. I really like the Dead Heart. Wait, what? There are two. For some reason. Oh, and this has got the B-side is Rumpy Band doing Black Fella, White Fella, and Coloured Stone doing This Land. And there are two of it for some reason, which I don't understand. But this is way better than Armistice Day, The Dead Heart. Don't serve your country, Jones. And even this one is better than Armistice Day. This is an EP they released. A little cover with the hand on it. It's called Species Deceases. And the imagery on it is... And there's two of this too. Why is there two of this? I am so confused. But this has some really good songs in it. Progress is kind of standard. Midnight Oil. Hercules is a really good one. Blossom and Blood is a really good one too. I have no idea why I have two of these. It's very confusing to me. Maybe I could do a swap with someone. I've got two of the Dead Heart and two of Species Deceases, and I just don't fucking understand why. Oof. Rays, I have AC/DC albums. This is 12-inch singles I'm doing here. 12-inch singles and EPs. AC/DC weren't 12-inch singles, guys. So I think I just got a ping from Mrs. Angry. Do I want my breathing apparatus? And I guess I probably do. Just got to try and get this back in the sleeve. There we go. Oh shit. Fucking up the mental as anything cover. Sorry, I don't know what caused this. What caused that? Oh, there you go. That's what caused it. All right. So, excuse me for una secundo. Get my breathing apparatus from Mrs. Angry. I'll be back in a minute. Oh. All right. Okay. Got my breathing apparatus. Go over there, breathing apparatus. Ugh. I also dropped the Velcro strap that keeps my mouth shut. Bet you don't like if I wore that. Okay. Oof. Let's work it up. Were you only born in 91? For some reason, I thought you were older than that. Oof. Rose Tattoo released 7-inch singles and AC/DC released 7-inch singles, but neither of them would have been 12-inch singles, guys. All right. We're about 2/3 of the way through these. What's next? Oh, I fucking love this one. This one kicks ass. Mars, Pump Up the Volume. This, I think, was... I think you could safely say this was the first huge mainstream hit that used sampling. I could be wrong, though. Species Deceases was a 4-track EP. Yes, 80s Doof Doof. I think this was the first big mainstream hit that had sampling in it. Well, you know, I'm not saying that the breathing apparatus doesn't come into sex play. I'm not saying it either. Oh, okay. Here's another one that I've got because I like the artist, not necessarily the single. Well, it's not bad. The Men They Couldn't Hang, who were kind of Pogues knockoffs. They had one exceptionally good track called Iron Masters. This one's not bad, Greenback Dollar, which is actually a cover. But yeah, if you want to know what the Men They Couldn't Hang sound like, they're kind of like a Pogues knockoff. And still in the UK, Madness. This is a more obscure Madness release. This is Uncle Sam. It's a good track. This is from later in their career, so it's not a huge hit, but it is a good track. The 12-inch mix is called the Ray Gun Mix. And if you know the period in time you get it, it was when Ronald Reagan was in order. From M to N. So we're going to get a bit of New Order now. Be a few New Order 12 inches. This one is The Perfect Kiss, which I only paid $2 for. I love that I kept the price tags on these. I only paid $2 for this. Oh, the Birmingham 6, the Guildford 4. I do love that because I think that rolls on from the Recruiting Sergeant medley they do, which I really love. But yeah, the Pogues got banned from the BBC for being political. Who knew Irish people were kind of fucking angry in the 80s? Okay, more New Order. 12-inch extended of Bizarre Love Triangle. Quite nice artwork on that. And there's another one in here, Shell Shock. Going to be a bit of New Order. Oh god, there were probably so many remixes of The Perfect Kiss out there. Just so many. Bizarre Love Triangle. That might be my favorite New Order song. That's the one with Every Time I See You Falling, I get down on my knees and pray. Okay, this one, I fucking wish I could play music on here because this is the epitome of the art of the 12-inch extended thing. Because the album version, So this is from the album Low Light. The album version's quite nice. Subculture, just like got like this synthesizer track going. Da, 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 da. Just, I like walking in the dark, and then the mix on this is so over the top, is so million miles removed from the album version. The album version is good. The 12-inch mix of Subculture is fucking incredible. They completely transform it. Yes, many Irish artists would have been banned from the British Broadcasting Corporation because Thatcher actually passed a law that you weren't allowed to say anything positive about the IRA, and you weren't allowed to broadcast any of their messages. So when, what's his name, Jerry Connor, whatever the fuck his name was, made a public thing, they would have it, someone else would read it. It was very weird. Anyway, this is another New Order 12-inch, Touched by the Hand of God, which is not bad. Not as good as the other ones. This was in a movie called Salvation about evangelicals. I don't mind the Frente version of Bizarre Love Triangle, actually. Oh, there's so many musicians have been sent to jail, Safa. NWA got arrested for Fuck the Police. You know, it's lots of musicians have been jailed for the thing. This, I love these guys. Not Drowning Waving, one of my favorite Australian acts. They're friggin' awesome. A lot of albums. This is a pretty obscure 12-inch of theirs called Little King. But Not Drowning Waving are one of my favorites. Speaking of the dearly departed and Irish dissidents, 12-inch Sinead O'Connor, Nothing Compares to You. I don't even know that this is different to the 7-inch version, actually. But I do fucking love her version of Nothing Compares. And yes, you're right, Rays. The authorities did try to prosecute the Sex Pistols. So that's O, and now we're on to P with The Proclaimers. This is the 12-inch single of 500 Miles. And again, I don't know that this is a freaking extended version even. You know, I would walk 500 miles. I would walk 500 more. Be the man. Oh, I do love this one. Prefab Sprout, Johnny Johnny. They were never quite as big as they should have been, but I did really like Prefab Sprout. This is a really good one of theirs called Johnny Johnny. Oh, and look, I've got more Prefab Sprout. But I did like them. This is one called Appetite, which is also good, actually. Quite like the Prefab Sprout. And while we're in the P's, we have the Pogues, Pogetry in Motion, 4-track EP. Great tracks on this. London Girl, The Body of an American, Rainy Night in Soho, Planks to Knoll Hill. The top one, London Girl, is this great rollicking pop song, but A Rainy Night in Soho is such a good ballad. It's such a beautiful song. I friggin' love the Pogues. All right. What comes next in the P's? The Psychedelic Furs. I do love the Psychedelic Furs. This one's not bad. It's Angels Don't Cry. Little sticker on there. I paid $2 for this. It's not their greatest one. It's got Pretty in Pink on it as well, which is a little bit better known. But I do like the Psychedelic Furs. I think they do some great stuff. Oh, we're back to Australia now. I love this. Painters and Dockers, die yuppie die. I fucking love this song. Painters and Dockers were very funny. But yes, that is very 80s when the term yuppie was coined. And so Angry Agitators released a song called Die Yuppie Die. Oh, it's another Psych Furs. This is probably a better Psychedelic Furs single, Heaven. I do quite like this one. So that's a good one. And another Proclaimers 12-inch. I'm on my way. This is not a bad one. Oh, this has got a couple of good tracks from the album on it. Throw the R Away and Cap in Hand. Like they had a few hit singles that were basically novelty things like this, but they did release some really good albums with really good tracks. Oh yeah, no, Painters and Dockers were virtually like the union. The Painters and Dockers union were basically outlawed at the time, so they were right off the hook. The Dockers were way off the hook. Okay, what do we got? Speaking about shit that will get you banned. The Revolting Cocks, Beers, Steers, and Queers. I fucking love the Revolting Cocks and the different versions of Beers, Steers, and Queers. Really good. They'll get me cancelled these days, but fuck it, I really love them. Oh, Strictly Sega. It's worth exploring the Proclaimers albums because those guys did beautiful harmonies. There's such good tracks on their albums. Yes, Revolting Cocks. Get around it, kids. Oh, here we go. We're not just back in Australia now. We're in Dubbo. The Reels. Dubbo's most famous sons. Bad Moon Rising. This was the closest they had to a mainstream hit, their cover of Bad Moon Rising, which was very good. There's like 4 versions of it on this. Yes, we're okay. Prog rock's kind of, but yes, we're okay. So there you go. Dubbo represent, not West Dubbo. The Reels would have nothing to do with West Dubbo, I stress. All right. The Rockmelons. Again, this is one I probably got because I liked some different tracks the Rockmelons put out. This one, not so much. But the Rockmelons did some fun dance music in the 80s. What else we got? Ah, yeah, fucking politics, man. The Redskins. Bunch of skinheads who were communists, basically. The Redskins. Keep on keeping on. They had so many great political tracks. And the 12-inch mix of this is really good. This one fucking kicks ass. Yes, New Groove was a better one from Rockmelons. Even Sweat It Out was a good one. The Rockmelons tended to have a different singer every time they released a track. But they did release some really good dance music. But again, the Redskins fucking kick ass. For anyone who thinks skinheads raw fashion. Oh, here's another good Brit one. The Stranglers, Let Me Down Easy. Not my favourite Strangler song, but right up there. This is a 6.5 minute version of Let Me Down Easy. This is pretty fucking good. What's my favourite Stranglers is probably Always the Sun. Second favourite's probably Golden Brown, but this is good. This is a good one. All right. Now we're getting into the shit. Severed Heads, Hot with Fleas. Really cutting edge electro Australian dance music. Remixed by Robert Rasick. I paid $4 for this. Robert Rasick was a DJ in the 80s, did live DJ sets, but was a really good producer, did really good remixes. This track, Severed Heads, released so much good stuff, but this is one of my favorite ones, Hot with Fleas. This one is fucking awesome. They also experimented a lot with video, computer-generated video and video synthesizers. Okay, now another slightly weird one. Alexi Sale. I have a few comedy and novelty ones in here. So, Alexi Sale, Hello John got a new motor, which is definitely his biggest hit. But not just that, Didn't You Kill My Brother? I don't think many people have this. I don't think many people have this. Hello John got new motor. But Didn't You Kill My Brother is even more obscure. God damn. I think a collector might pay me money for this shit. What's next in the S's? Okay. Sonic Youth toured Australia and released a tour EP. So this is probably pretty fucking obscure. What are the tracks on this? Sugarcane, Personality Crisis, End of the Ugly, It's My Buddy Tamra. So they toured with Nirvana. Nirvana released a tour EP called Hormoning, and Sonic Youth released one called Whores Moaning. This is from 1993. I paid $7.95 for it. That's a fairly limited one. Collectors might be into that. Oh, here's one of my faves. Shriekback. There'll be a few Shriekbacks in here. Okay. Shriekback, tour EP from the one time they toured Australia. Running on the Rocks, which is a great track, Bludgeoned, and 2 live tracks, Razorheads, Hammerheads. Here's the funny thing. The album that Hammerheads was on, I remember reading reviews where, for a lot of reviewers, Hammerheads was kind of their least favorite track, but it really came into itself live, and this live recording of it is fucking incredible. You could just tell the audience was just going right off for it. And there's another Shriekback, Fish Below the Ice. That's a much older one. That's a couple years older than the tour EP. But again, I fucking love Shriekback, sort of electronic dance music. Still in the S's. The Smiths. Ask. Shyness is nice and shyness. Again, 12-inch single, but it's probably like a fucking 90-second song. B-sides, Shoplifters of the World, Unite and Take Over. Before we knew what a piece of shit Morrissey was, he seemed to stand up for the downtrodden, and these days he's a fucking bash. Oh, more Shriekback. Oh, this is probably the first Shriekback single that I heard, Mercy Dash. This is the 12-inch version. It's really good. So Oil and Gold was the first Shriekback album I got, which is a fucking incredible album. Mercy Dash is a single from the album before Oil and Gold, and it's so good. But from Oil and Gold, Nemesis. Such a good track. Big Black Cannibal. Sorry. Priests and cannibals, prehistoric animals, everybody happy as the dead come home. Big Black Nemesis, Parthenogenesis, no one move a muscle as the dead come home. But this one, Mercy Dash, such a good track. It's like, I'm looking at this going like, oh, I wish I had a fucking vinyl turntable and I would just be playing these. Oh, God, this is a fucking weird novelty one. Hooked on Hooks. You have to be kind of old to remember Hooked on Classics. That's where stuff was, and Stars on 45, where famous songs were just like chunks of them were sampled and just with a repetitive dum ch dum ch. And Skyhooks did their own version of that. Hooked on Hooks. It's like a medley of Skyhook's song. Good Lord. This is borderline novelty release, this one. Oh, okay. Still going. There's still a few more to go. What's this one? Oh, the Sweet Bird of Truth. This is a fucking great 12-inch. The album version of this is good, but the 12-inch is fucking amazing. The 8, and that's actually the B-side. The A-side's Heartland. And Heartland's good, but the 12-inch of Sweet Bird of Truth is fucking awesome. It's really good. Okay. This is an incredibly obscure independent release. Tomorrow's Review, Shadow of the Shaman. And you know when I sometimes say I don't even remember how these ones go? I remember what this one sounds like, actually. I kind of like it. That's the one. Over the mountain tops we go. Just like all the other G.I. Joes. Yai, adios. Like, oh, here's a good one. Here's a good one. Plain white vinyl. This is Tism, 40 years. It's actually, I love this because it's just this plain, it's not even labeled, plain white vinyl. But it's a good song. 40 years of living and death. That's all that's left. Okay, now here's another obscure Oz one. Not as obscure as that last one I showed, but Tall Tales and True. Up Our Street. That's a really good track, actually. Up Our Street. I saw these guys live as well. They're nice guys. But that's actually a really good bop, Up Our Street. And still going. There's still a couple more. Maybe 10 more. More the Beaten Generation. Johnny Marr's in the lineup of this is post the Smiths. But yeah. Oh, Sapa, a whole bunch of these won't be on streaming services. A lot of them will be, but a bunch of them won't be. This is pretty good. Not as good as the other one, but this is later on. It's not bad. So T, no U's or V's, but we're into W. Pete Wiley. Great pop music. A little bit obscure. He's a Brit. He had released some stuff under the name The Mighty Wah, and then released stuff under his own name, Pete Wiley. 41144. Fun track. I like that. Still in the W's. The Waterboys. The Whole of the Moon. That's an epic track. Again, the Waterboys, never as big as they probably should have been. But Whole of the Moon, epic track. Oh, another Pete Wiley one, Sinful. I paid $3 for this, according to the sticker. Good pop music. Pete Wiley just did really good pop music. And more Pete Wiley. I was into Pete Wiley. Sinful. No, this one's called Diamond Girl. Sorry. Featuring the fabulous Josie Jones. There you go. So a few Pete Wiley 12-inch singles. Oh, and here we're a lot more mainstream. U2, Wide Awake in America. This is an EP. What's on this? Low price correction of live recordings. Bad, A Sort of Homecoming, Three Sunrises, Love Comes. So this is obscure U2 from an American tour. Still going though. Still a couple more. Okay. No, last one. This is not a 12-inch single. Somehow this is in there. This is an album. Friends of mine had a band called the Pineapples from the Dawn of Time. They released an album called Shocker. Star Trek fans might recognize that image. It's the space hippies from Star Trek, the original series. They probably did not pay licensing to have that on the album cover. I'm thinking there were two songs in particular. What were the Too Much Acid, that's right. They had a really funny track they released as a single called Too Much Acid is a Bad, Bad Trip. Take too much and your mind will flip. They also have a track on that album called Charlie, which is a ballad sort of love song to Charles Manson. So clearly very poor taste, but it's a nice song. And I particularly love, there's a lyric in the song Charlie, they stole from you the best years of your life, but then they did the same to Jesus Christ. Why, oh why was Charles Manson crucified? We all hurt deep down inside. Oh, I want Charlie back. It's very weird. Rabid Game Fan. Thinking about Sears put out a version of Basic. Type in Star Trek games called Cellatrack. There you go. I thought you'd recognise the space hippies, Dr. Abigail. I very strongly suspect they did not pay licensing to have that on the album cover. Oh, okay. Wow, that is a really obscure memory, Rabid Game Fan. I love it. It's for the Atari 2600 or Sears Video Arcade. There you go. Oh, yeah, there'll be a few on there. I need to, I don't know, win lotto so I can have a lackey, like an intern. Someone I'd pay. But pay someone to digitize all of those? Because particularly the 12-inch mixes on a lot of them are pretty rare. Just drinking some Wasser. I think they got around licensing just by it was such a limited release. No one who owned the copyright to Star Trek was ever going to realize they put the space hippies on their album. But again, I'm just going to read you the track list for the Pineapples from the Dawn of Time. The tracks are Freaky Acid Planet, Freaky Gypsy Tree, Lighthouse Keeper, Charlie, Too Much Acid, The Flea That Ate My Stash. Oh, Saha was a beautiful pop song that they did. The Sad and Lonesome Death of Don West, which is Space Family Robinson, Lost in Space reference. Hey Roy, which is a cover version. Toowoomba City, and Doing Some Time. They released this in 1987. So yeah, The Sad and Lonesome Death of Don Smith. I still remember the lyrics on that. The chorus is, the greed of Dr. Smith was insatiable. Major West was decent and brave. Smith's attempt to save West was feeble. Now Don West resides in an alien grave. Nice. The Angry Ozzy mix was 60 songs. Now it's 111. Fucking nice. Be on the Discord. Ugh. Oh, God. I thought I had a new message from Mrs. Angry, like I was being too loud, but it was the old message. I love that you put that together, Strictly Sega. I don't use Spotify. I've got to do it myself on YouTube Music, basically. Because I swear the memories that come rushing back when I look through these records. It's incredible. Also, I've got boxes of CDs too. I was thinking I've only got four boxes of 12-inch vinyl. 3 are albums. 1 is the 12-inch singles. So now we've done 1 box of albums. The 1 box of 12-inch singles. So there's 2 boxes of albums still. There's a box of 7-inch singles somewhere, and there's probably a couple boxes of CDs. So, God, I could keep this going for a while. Anyway, I'm going to keep looking for things. Oh, yeah, no, there are great stories in those songs, definitely. And, yeah, so that's why I do like when I show them, I go like, this is genuinely good. This one maybe not so much. But, yes, so many of them, when I get them, it's like, God damn, this is really good. Actually, I was just going to look up some of the more obscure ones because, like I said, I use YouTube Music. Okay, load you motherfucker. Like, for instance, I was just thinking, do they have Tall Tales and True? They do. They have some Tall Tales and True. What do they have? Oh, not Up Our Street. Okay. They have some. Yeah, there you go. They have some Tall Tales and True, but not Up Our Street. Oh, Stan Ridgway. That, fuck yeah. Yep, Camouflage. Stan Ridgway. And Stan Ridgway is still doing music. I follow him on Twitter, and he's, linking to stuff on his Bandcamp and whatnot. He's just amazing because so many of his songs are short stories. They're a whole fucking vibe. It's very good. He's that classic type of songwriter where he's telling a story. Yeah, no, I agree. Camouflage. It's a great ghost story. And there's a video for it you can probably find on YouTube as well, which is fun. But yeah, Stan Ridgway does great music. Oh, Crocodile Cry, you're looking up Martin Stevenson stuff. Martin Stevenson and the Dainties, really good stuff. The album Boat to Bolivia, it's like every track is in a different style. It's fucking incredible. Oh, Shriekback, so many good songs. All Line Back, Mercy Dash, Nemesis. Just a non-stop. I fucking love Shriekback. My Spine is the Baseline. There's another really good one from their early period. Huge fucking Shriekback fan. Everything That Rises Must Converge. That's a good one. Just fucking absolutely get down to Shriekback. Yeah, again, that tour EP I had is very funny to me because, yeah, the album that Hammerheads is on, it's kind of like when I saw reviews saying they thought Hammerheads was the weak track on the album, I was going, oh yeah, I get it. It's just a bit samey with the other ones and whatnot. But then you hear them do Hammerheads live, and it's fucking incredible. It just builds up and up, and it fucking kills me that I didn't go to Sydney to see them live. I was in Bathurst at uni when they toured, and I was tempted to go to Sydney to see them live, and I didn't. Fucking kills me that I didn't, because they, by all accounts, they're just so amazing live. But say, Livy, I got a bunch of their vinyl releases, and those are good. So, yes, I definitely unreservedly recommend Shriekback. They're one of my favourites. Oh, now we're in the Waterboys, Red Army Blues. Speaking of songs that tell stories, the story in Red Army Blues is pretty intense. Russian soldiers in World War II going off to fight the Germans and then coming back only to be betrayed by comrade Stalin because he was afraid we'd become too westernized. And they got sent to gulags. Oh, that's okay. The Wooden Tops have a couple tracks I really like. Probably my all-time favorite Wooden Taps is, I think it's called "Make Me Feel." No one makes me feel the way you make me feel. The Warumpi Band's version of "My Island Home" is just so heartfelt. Like the one that was a hit, Christine Anu, was nice. It was a great pop song. But she's singing from the point of view of someone from the city who's disconnected from her family in the bush. But when George Warumbu sings it for the Warumpi Band, he's been at the coast with the saltwater people. No, he's been in the inland. He's 6 years I've been in the desert, but every night I dream of the sea. Just the pain, the heartfelt pain of this guy who, to save his family, has kind of left everything behind, and it's just like, fuck, this feels real. It's very intense. So how often did I go to Sydney? I mean, I don't know, a couple years of alive. Well, if it's one gulag, you have two gulags. But yeah, the original Rumpy Band, My Island Home, is so heartfelt, is so wrenching, is so intense. But they just did fun tracks and positive tracks, things like Black Fella, White Fella, and one that always makes me laugh. There's a track called From the Bush, and it's about, they're basically saying land rights doesn't mean I'm going to take away your suburban backyard. It's about having our land in the bush. And it's very funny because the lead singer is just screaming like, don't be scared just because I'm black. It's very funny. They had a great sense of humor as well as being very heartfelt in a lot of things they do. Cool. Got another week of music, Strictly Sega. Well, potentially a whole heap more to come. Like I say, besides the 2 more boxes of albums, I said there's a box of 7-inch singles somewhere, and Mrs. Anger and I are doing a bit of cleaning up and reorganizing, so I might find it. And there's also CDs in boxes. So the CDs are like, I guess, probably the 90s music. Thank you, Safa. The system was known as Gulag, which was an acronym. Okay. In the West, colloquially, a gulag is a prison camp. So more than one prison camp is gulags. But I get that in the Russian sense, what you're saying is accurate. But that's what I mean. If one camp is a gulag, 2 camps are gulags. The system might be called the gulag system. And again, okay, so I'll equate this. Our prison system is a prison system, not a prisons system. But there's one prison, 2 prisons in the prison system. So there are multiple gulags in the gulag system. I like Blue Day. I like My Sex, and Blue Day's probably my favorite My Sex track, actually. It's a very moody track. Actually, there was another, for some reason I have a weakness for their ballads. They had one called It Only Hurts When I'm Laughing, and I really like that too. I love their pop songs, things like Computer Games and People. and whatnot, but their ballads were really good. I do have a bit of a weakness for ballads, actually. I'm glad you don't plan on ending up in a gulag, Safa. Just stay out of Russia, because fucking Putin's a bit trigger happy with persecuting people. Oh, you had it on tape. Nice. Well, yeah, I'm of the generation where I used to sit there with a tape recorder with a radio playing, like, they're playing a song I like, and you wait till the DJ stopped talking and then hit record. And I remember doing mixtapes like that. And because this is back in the day where you had to pay for music, and I'd be at a friend's place and I'd play this mixtape I'd put together, and they were like, "How can you afford all this music?" And I'm going, "Oh no, I got it off the radio. I was just really careful with when I hit record." And because that was the thing, the DJs would talk records right in, and they wouldn't stop talking till the vocals started, to try and discourage people from recording off the radio. But I'd still do it, and so would so many other people. It's just the way it was. Oh, I think I need some lubrication for my throat, so I'll have some sody water. God, I think I need to go out and get ice again, quite honestly. Oh, I had a whole bunch of VHS recordings from the Saturday morning music shows, and there was some good stuff on those VHS tapes. Actually, they were good for parties. And yes, no voiceovers on the music video shows. But yeah, I did have some really good music tapes from the music shows. Were good for parties. But you can do that with YouTube now. Put together a playlist and have some good shit. Oh yeah, I guess so. There would occasionally be talking bits. Yeah, you can never tell with the shows. Oh, you've ordered a new 3D printer. Nice. Oh. 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 Ooh, that's nice. A little bit of the sody water. Well, I might commission a few things, Dr. Abigail, because we have talked about various things that maybe could be 3D printed that would be useful to me. Oh, get Spics and Specs. Okay, while you do that, because you put a quiz on the Discord that I think I should have a go at. A movie quiz. What are we doing? Okay, we've got the updated playlist on there. Okay, so 90s movie quiz. Okay. All right, I'll do a share screen. See how well I do with this. I don't actually have a disc player in my car, so I'd have to put MP3s on my phone and play them via Bluetooth. Actually, maybe I think I do have a disc player in my car. Maybe I do. Maybe I can. Okay. And I didn't watch the video, but I did see there was a video about a teenager setting a new record for Tetris. Okay. So we'll do movie trivia quiz. Share the screen. All right, so I'm going to see how well I do in this. What famous rapper starred with Cuba Gooding Jr. in Boys in the Hood? I'm gonna say it's Dre. No, it's Ice Cube. Fuck. Okay. What actress played the young killer in Leon? Natalie Portman. What's Groundhog Day? Fuck. April 2? Yes. Jim Carrey made The Truman Show before Dumb and Dumber. False. How many how many times is fuck said in Goodfellas? 300 or 500 times? Okay, well that's just a guess. 300? It was 300. There you go. What's the first rule of Fight Club? Don't talk about Fight Club. Twister starred Bill Paxton. Flashback at the start. Oh, Jesus. Something About Mary is set in what year? 85? Yes. Jurassic Park is based on a Michael Crichton novel. What's Woody's horse's name? Is Bullseye. Jenny is played by Robin Wright. Oof. 40 miles per hour? Damn it was 50 miles per hour. Okay. Oh, the Batman nipple suits. That's George Clooney. I think he's an underrated Batman. Okay. A classic song is Unchained Melody. What's happened to my voice? Who does Liam Neeson play? Qui-Gon? Which is not a deadly sin. Laughter. Character's name, she's Cher. Which of these actors is oldest? Tom Hanks, Bill Paxton, Kevin Bacon. I'm going to say Tom Hanks. No, Bill Paxton. That was my second guess. Takes the red pill. This character in The Sixth Sense is a ghost. False. Home Alone is set in which city? Chicago or Boston? Fuck, I don't know. Chicago? Yes. What's Jack's surname? Dawson. Yes. What's the title of the movie within a movie in Scream 2? It's Stab. Name the island featured at the very end of The Shawshank Redemption. Is it Madagascar? It's not Madagascar. No, it must be this one. Yes. What song's been sung here in my best friend's wedding? I Say a Little Prayer? Yes. Which band reworked the iconic theme tune for Mission Impossible? Radiohead? No, it's U2, really. Fuck. Which color is given? Mr. Orange, I think. Yes. Hakuna Matata is No Worries. How many kids? He has 3 kids. What's Harrison Ford's? He's a doctor. First choice. The first choice. Choose a career, a job. A job? No, it's a career. It's life. Choose life. I thought that was the last. Oh, fuck, man. Okay. Aerosmith sang that song. Cameron Diaz made a movie debut. Yes. What's the wine? Chianti. What's the correct order of items? Boots, clothes, motorcycle, boots, clothes. Clothes, boots, motorcycle. I think clothes, boots, motorcycle. Yes. What city does the T-Rex go on? San Diego. Yes. Which one's Thelma? Ooh, good call. Susan Sarandon. No, it's Gina Davis. Fuck. Which actor won an Oscar for The Usual Suspects? Kevin Spacey. Yes. Who plays Private Ryan? Matt Damon. Last one, Dirk Diggler. Yes. 34 out of 40. Not terrible. Okay. All right. There we go. Damn. Okay. I didn't do that badly. 34 out of 40. Honestly, if I'd have done that well in exams at school, that would have been okay. You got kicked ass. Yeah. It was weird. The ones I didn't get, it was like blind guesses. I looked at them and go, I've got no fucking idea what that is. I think there was like the hype thing said if you got 35 out of 40, you're like a genius. I got 34. So that's not bad. And that's the thing. The vast majority, probably not all of them, but probably 30 of the ones I got right, I was like 100% sure, not guessing even slightly. But there's a few that I was kind of guessing. And I was like, not 100% sure, but I'm going to guess this. I'm not sure what happened to my voice in there as well. I was drinking some more liquids. I think I need to go and get some more ice if I'm going to keep a talking. Oofed. What's this thing doing to me? Is there anything else in the Discord? Ah, that's that. Okay. Deep breath, deep sigh. I'm all good. What else is going on? What is going on in here? Is cold water bad for you? What about drinking from the hose or the tap? Facts behind 5 water myths. What's going on here? TikTok suggests cold water causes health problems by contracting blood vessels and restricting digestion. There's little evidence from this. You shouldn't drink hot tap water. Has a grain of scientific truth. Hot water is generally a better solvent than cold water, so it may dissolve metals and minerals from pipes better. Hot water is often stored in tanks, may be heated and cooled many times. Bacteria and other disease-causing microorganisms tend to grow better in warm water. So it's better to fill your cup from cold rather than get hot water from a kettle. Bottled water is better. There's no real advantage to drinking bottled water in Australia or similar countries. That makes sense. Oh, gosh. Raw water is naturally healthier. Supporters say our ancestors drank spring water. While it's true, even highly treated drinking water can contain low levels of microplastics, unless you live somewhere very remote, the risks of drinking untreated water are far higher. It's more likely to contain pollutants. Duh. It's okay to drink directly from hoses. It's probably best not to drink from hoses because there might be bacterial built up in the hose. I mean, that makes sense, honestly. That's a random, borderline meaningless article. I do think, okay, I'll go on record as the best tasting water I have ever drunk was in New Zealand, and it was melt water coming directly off a glacier. Like, we did this little trek to walk along a glacier for a while, and there's a bit with water running down, and the guide said, fill your water bottle from this because it's safe and it tastes great. And so did it, just put a water bottle in where this water runoff was happening and drank it. It was the best tasting water. And that's probably psychological, but I have no hesitation in saying best tasting water I ever had was straight off a glacier in New Zealand. Oh God, I clicked on something accidentally. Stop it. Stop it. What are you doing to me? Is the cost of crisis Cost of living crisis hitting you hard? 3 ways to soften the blow. Eat the rich? Is that one of that? If one of them is not eat the rich, it you're wrong. Hugh Jackman's shocking New Year's message sends fans wild. Well, this is going to be stupid. Look anyway. He went for an ice cold dip in the ocean. A shirtless Jackman rubbed his hands together, looking cold. Camera lingered as he ran to the water, yelled, "Oh yeah," before immersing himself for a minute or two. Ran back to the camera saying, "Oh yeah," after an invigorating swim. He went and jumped into cold water. Why is that? I fucking hate the media so fucking much. Headline: Scientist kills cancer with a jackhammer? Kill it with a blowtorch too. You just killed the person as well. Thai new form of cancer treatments be discovered, could eradicate tumours, could be an alternative to chemo. From Rice University in Texas. They call them molecular jackhammers. Use a cyanide dye similar to those used for medical imaging, attached to a cancer cell, stimulated using infrared light, which can penetrate deep into human without damaging them, vibrates the cell, causing its membrane to tear open and destroy the cancer. Could have lower side effects than chemo. Human testing will not occur for many years because of, precautions. Because you might fucking kill people with an experimental treatment. Initial results with mice have been very promising. When they tested this on mice with melanoma, 50% of rodents became cancer-free. When testing on mice, they found the method had a 99% efficiency against human tumours grown on the mice's flanks. Poor mice having tumours inflicted on them. 100% on their dose-dependent optimized studies. Oh, who the fuck knows? Maybe it'll be a breakthrough. I guess we'll see. You got your Blockbuster video home board game. Ah, nice. All right, I'm bang up ready for any more trivia questions, Strictly Sega. Trying to think. What else? Leaving Berlin for Alice Springs wasn't my choice, but as life wore on, I healed there. Berlin for Alice Springs would be fucking traumatic, I think. It'd be very, very, very weird. What else is happening? My kid spilled coffee in his block bin. I was shook by what I found after. Oh, man. That sounds like a whole thing. Oh, yeah, you want to come on? Yes. So you don't have to type them up. Yes. Okay. So this is also open invite for anyone who wants to join. Fuck yeah, let's do this. Okay, I put that there, but hold on for a minute. I'm going to go get some more ice for drinks and maybe have a toilet break. All right, I'm going to go out and get some ice. But if you all want to click the link to join, I'll be back in a minute or two and we'll get going. Oof. Okay. I'm back. I am back. And I am anything. Strictly Sega is ready to join by the looks of this. Alrighty. There we go. There we go.
Okay, have we got echo?
No echo. We're fucking rocking and rolling, man.
Okay, how do I make you louder? I need to borrow the headphones.
All right, you need to. Oh, that's your volume at your end. There you go. I can hear you. It's fine. So we'll work this out. There we go. Sorry, I was also just thinking of making myself another drink before we got to Rusty Nail. Another classic Rusty Nail. The classic recipe. It's just whiskey and Drambuie. So I'm going to do... Whoop! Strictly Sega disappeared. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to do a rummy. So rum and rum liqueur. Don't let the system get you down. A big city life. Alright, I'm going to do Jimmy rum. Rum. And my rum liqueur. And some tiki bitters, I think. Cause I'm a bad man. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, ba, ba. I'm a bad man. Alright, do that and that. Alright, I think Strictly Sega is trying to come back. I'll just do a dash of bitters into my rummy now. A bit more. There we go. And we're all good in the hood. Alright, just getting in, getting ready, trying not to fall over things. We're good. Okay, give Strictly Sega take 2. How are we doing? You good? Now I can't hear you. I could hear you before. I can't hear you at all now. So I don't know what you've done. We'll work it out. We'll get there. We will get there. Sorry, what's that? That's not
How's
Sonic. That's it. I can hear you now.
Okay, no headphones for me then. There you go.
All right, we're all good.
Take
All
the
right.
headphones back.
All right. We're good. We're good.
See
We're
if I
good.
can turn it up.
And I can't talk. I could turn my microphone up. I can't talk any louder though.
All right, how's that? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I could lean closer to my. I could lean closer to my microphone.
I can't
Sorry.
hear you. It's completely quiet.
Oh, okay. Oh, I don't know what
Settings,
the.
audio.
No, I could type my answers. Typing answers would be
I am
easier than
cursed by
typing
this
questions.
thing, I'll tell you what. StreamYard is no friend of mine.
Oh, it doesn't usually. It's not usually problematic, but it does occasionally do weird things. What do we got? I'm going to do settings. Let me... Audio... I'm just trying to see if there's a volume control somewhere. Maybe I can improve my volume. Settings, audio, mic, speaker, general. Wait, what's this here? No, that's speaker, not microphone. I'm trying again. I don't know.
Yes,
I don't know
hearing
what's
that.
happening.
It's very quiet.
You can hear? Okay. I don't know if I could I know bring my microphone closer, if that would help. But I don't see a volume control that's going to help me beyond that. Oh wait, what's this? Microphone access on. No, there's not a volume thing there. Honestly, there's probably a technical thing that'd help, and I just don't know
All
where
right,
it
let's
is.
just go. Look,
Let's go. Look, I'll type my answers. If
Streamlabs
you can't
isn't
hear
even
me,
loading
I'll
on my
type.
computer. Oh, that's not good. All right,
Can't hear them.
I can hear him. It's just very quiet.
All right.
Sorry, do you
I'll
want to say
type my
hello?
answers.
Okay.
Girls are there.
Hi.
The cat's an expert at Spicks and Specs.
Oh, okay. Got competition. Okay.
Okay, Eddie Van Halen plays guitar,
Yes.
but what instrument does his brother Alex play?
No idea. Drums?
You're not Googling it.
No, I'm not. I just typed drums. I don't know.
Pardon me.
So I typed drums. I don't know if drums is the answer.
Oh yes. Okay. I'll type. Yes, I can see you typing down. All right, you are correct. Oz Rock. How many brothers Farris were in the band In Excess?
I'm reasonably confident there were 2 Farris brothers.
2? Okay, it's 3. John,
There were
Andrew,
3.
and Tim.
Man, I thought there were. Oh wow, so many Farrises.
Wish the audio was louder. This is really annoying. Okay, number 3 is, who was Led Zeppelin's drummer? John Paul Jones or John Bonham?
John Bonham.
John Bonham. John Paul Jones was the bass player and multi-instrumentalist. Okay, disco. Bonnie M were 4 West Indian singers.
Oh no, I lost you. You froze. Oh no. Oh no. Well, that was weird. I can do all these different things. You go, wow. But we've lost him. Oh no, I think you're back. I think you're back.
Yep, I'm back
Back,
again. It
yes.
just cut out
Yep.
for a sec, that's all.
Yep, cut out. All right, next question.
Okay. Yep, all
Yeah,
right.
for
You
another
got, okay, right. Bonnie M was 4 West Indian singers produced by Frank Farian, who was based in which country?
I don't know. I'm guessing.
Watching the TV, which is the 10-second delay one instead of down here.
I don't know.
Stop
I'm guessing
looking at the
it's
screen,
England.
Charlie. No, Germany.
I don't know. Oh yeah, I knew that. Yes, I knew that. Damn. Okay.
Who was Guns N' Roses guitarist who also features in the video game Guitar Hero 3: Legends of Rock?
I think that's Slash.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
What band did Johnny Rotten, John Linden, create after the Sex Pistols?
I know this one. Public Image Limited. So
You're
I
smashing
know
these. You can't see through the card? No, okay.
No, I
In
can't see through.
1974, the Hughes Corporation had a disco hit with the song Rock the What Boat Up.
Oh, you actually said it at Rock the Boat.
I haven't even been drinking. Okay. Often described as retro metal, name the award-winning Aussie band who released the hit "The Mind's Eye" in 2005.
Oh, wait a sec.
You'll be able to get that.
I'm guessing because I don't know the song. Is it Wolf
Wolf
Mother?
Mother? Correct.
Yeah. Okay, that was a guess, but
All right. Now, you got to match the three names. All right.
Mhm.
Hang on. Need my old man spectacles here. Okay. Match the following three artists with the three girls' names: Richie Valens, John Denver, and Neil Diamond, with the names Annie, Donna, and Caroline. It's easy when you think about it, eh? Yes,
Yeah.
correct. Valens is Donna. Neil Diamond is Sweet Caroline. Yep.
So the other one's the other one.
And the third one, obviously
Well,
you've
it's
got it.
what you
know,
said.
so-
It's the other one. Yeah.
Yeah, Annie's song.
Yes.
Okay. Back to the regular quiz. Oz Rock. Evie
Yes.
Parts 1, 2, and 3 were hits for which singer and former frontman of the Easy Beats? That's an easy one.
It is actually Little Stevie Wonder. Oh, not Stevie Wonder. Right.
Stevie Wonder.
Stevie Wright. Little Stevie Wright.
Eva!
Yeah. Stevie Wonder could have done a good version of Evie.
Which piano-playing wizard epitomized glam rock with the gigantic platform shoes in the rock opera movie Tommy?
That's a good one. Elton John. He's a pinball wizard that has to be a kid. Pinball wizard.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
Metal. Name two main vocalists who have featured with Van Halen over the years.
Okay, so that's Dave Lee Roth and Sammy Hagar.
Yep. And the other one is, yep, correct.
Sammy Hagar.
Also, Gary Sharon, I think, is one as well. Anyway,
Okay.
Brit Pop. Who was the lead singer for the band Radiohead?
Wonky Eye.
He has a fake eye like I do.
Yeah, Wonky Eye. Oh no, I've forgotten.
Thom Yorke.
Tom York, that's it.
Yep. Yeah, I thought you would get it. It's not. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Match the following three artists with the three countries. Okay.
Okay.
Freddie Mercury, Kamal, and Jimmy Barnes, with Malaysia, Scotland, and Zanzibar. Do you want me to read it a second time, or you got it?
No, I got it.
You got it. You're typing it out. I can see. Yeah, Mercury, Zanzibar. Was born in Zanzibar, correct?
And
Kamal was born in Malaysia, of Sri Lankan
Yeah.
heritage.
Scotland.
And Jimmy Barnes started his life in Glasgow, Scotland.
Sorry,
3 out of 3. Well done.
Yeah.
Okay, back on to the regular questions. Name, this is metal. Name the German industrial metal band well known for extravagant pyrotechnics at its live shows.
That's a bit open-ended.
Dual
that's what
House. Dual House itch.
Yeah.
Okay, Guitar Heroes. In 1988, guitarist Jeff Healey released an album entitled See the Light. What was iconic about the title of the album?
No,
Gee, you
no
got
idea.
me on that one. I didn't even know who that person. Jeff
No.
Healey. Who's Jeff
No.
Healey? He was
Dunno.
blind, so I guess it's like
okay.
Jose Feliciano making an album about how you can see the sun.
Okay.
70s hits. In the Kinks hit Lola, what did the champagne taste like?
Coca-Cola.
Name the two drinks. I want to make it clever, actually. And what's the other one? When BBC stopped Coca-Cola being allowed to be said, what was the other drink that it...
Oh, wow. Okay, that's arcane. I don't know. I didn't know.
It was Cherry Cola. That was the alternate name. Yeah. I thought you'd get it. Okay. Novelty songs. What was the name of the 1988 a cappella hit by Bobby McFerrin?
Oh, Don't Worry, Be Happy.
Yes,
Can
correct.
You can hear me. Okay, good.
Power ballads. American record producer and composer Jim Steinman wrote
Yes.
which over-the-top power ballad that was a huge hit in 1983 for Bonnie Tyler?
Total Eclipse of the Heart.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
So I can hear you just,
All right. So
Punk.
you
Which
can
you like your punk questions. Here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Which American punk band wrote songs such as Blitzkrieg Bop and Sedated?
Ramones. The
I don't know.
Ramones.
How am I meant to pronounce that word?
Which? What?
Blitzkrieg.
Blitzkrieg. Yeah. Blitzkrieg Bop.
Yeah. All right. Last one. Mega bands. Name the iconic band famous for huge props at its live shows, including a flying bed and a giant inflatable pig.
Pink Floyd?
Yeah, the pig was the giveaway, wasn't it?
Yeah. As soon as you said big props, I was thinking we're
All right,
probably
let's mix
talking
it up.
Pink Floyd.
Musician
it up.
or serial killer? I like these ones.
Oh my God, you almost made me choke on my drink. Okay.
We did this one. It's based off a question we asked yesterday, so you probably remember this from yesterday.
Okay.
Is this person a musician or a serial killer? Michael Lee Aday.
Both. No, I think he's a musician.
Musician or serial killer?
Musician.
It's Meatloaf.
Yes. Okay. There you go.
You got it. Yes. Remember, we got it. We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
Cover or original? Easy by Faith No More.
Oh, that's a cover. Yeah, that's a cover.
Yeah, it's the Commodores, right?
Yeah. 70s song. Yeah.
Okay. Common people. Identify the common link between these three musicians. Nathan Fillerwill, Caleb Fillerwill, and Jared Fillerwill. Besides their surname, obviously.
That's what they've all got, the surname Fillerwill. Another common link between them is I've never heard of any.
They're all
of
members
them.
of the band Kings of Leon.
Oh, okay. There you go.
I don't know that band that well, actually. I only know a couple of their songs.
No.
All right, back to the regular questions. Here we go. 90s hits. Which song by Smash Mouth also featured in the first Shrek movie?
All Star.
Correct. Oz Rock. Which young Oz Rock band was originally called the Innocent Criminals?
Silverchair.
Correct. Glam Rock. Which glam band took their name from the infamous creature of the Cretaceous period?
T-Rex.
Would have gone down well with Jurassic Park.
Yes. And that's the funny thing about Jurassic Park is that the T-Rex was Cretaceous.
Sorry, you're going to have to type this one. I can't hear you. Sorry. Yes, Mark Bolan, T-Rex, correct, yes. Yeah. 70s hits. Name the one-hit wonder band that released Baby Come Back in 1978.
Oh, shit. I know the song, but I can't think of their name.
Not really. Yeah, okay. So, Player. Ron Moss from The Bold and the Beautiful played bass and sung backing vocals.
Oh, good Lord. There you go.
I don't know. Ron Moss.
Yeah, no, I know who Ron Moss is. The
Bold and the Beautiful. Okay. Another orange card. Family bands. Name the 90s band that featured Bob Dylan's son, Jacob, on guitars and vocals. No? Here's a clue. They had a hit song, One Headlight.
No.
No, The Wallflowers.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, late 90s that was, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Which Spice Girl was Melanie Chisholm known as? Mel C.
Was,
no idea?
No, Scary.
No, it was Sporty Spice. No, that was Mel B was Scary Spice.
Yeah.
Okay, Women in Rock. What was the name of the girlfriend of Sex Pistols Sid Vicious?
Oh, fuck, I know this. Nancy Spungen.
And we know the movie.
Yeah. Nancy
Yes, well
Spungen.
done. Nauseating Nancy. Glam rock. Which disgraced rocker had a hit song which is now very inappropriate called Do You Want to Touch Me?
As soon as you said disgraced, I went Gary
Yep,
Glitter.
correct.
Yeah. It was like as soon
All
as you
right.
said disgraced.
Which
it's Gary
song by
Glitter.
British band The LAs featured in the movie So I Married the Lars? Sorry, the La-Las. LA Lars? I think it was Lars. Anyway, the movie was called So I Married an Ex-Murderer. I can't even remember that movie. The LAs.
Oh, There
It was
She
the
Goes
LAs,
is such
yeah?
a good song. There She Goes is a really good song.
There she goes. There she goes. There she goes again. 80s hits. In 1987, Bon Jovi had a breakthrough hit with Living on a Prayer. What was the album it was on?
Oh, no idea. No idea at all.
Slippery When Wet. I only know that because of Bill and Ted. Okay, Oz Rock. Name the original Oz rocker who is colloquially known as the Wild One. Oh, baby, I'm a wild one.
I know that, Johnny O'Keefe.
She's my baby and I love her so. Correct. Drive Time. Little Deuce Coupe was a hit for which early surf-related band? Little Deuce Coupe.
That is a really
Little Deuce Coupe. Little Deuce Coupe was a hit for which early surf-related band? Little Deuce Coupe. You don't know what I got. Little Deuce Coupe. You don't know what I got. Yes, correct. Okay. Match the following artists with the three girls' names. Dexy's Midnight Runners, Elvis Costello, and Dire Straits. And the three names are Juliet, Eileen, and Veronica. Yep, you're right on Dexys. And you're right on all three. Yep, well done. Because Dire Straits is Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah.
And Veronica, about his grandmother.
I remember that song. Yeah.
And Dexy's Midnight Runner. I've always wondered what Come On Eileen was meant to be about.
Come on, Eileen. Oh, you know what I mean. At this moment, you mean everything.
I love the fiddling, the violin in that song.
Yes. It was very weird,
Classic.
folky sort of stuff.
Who is often referred to as the creator of soul music and had hits like You Send Me and Chain Gang?
I'm guessing now, but I'm going to say James Brown, and I'm probably wrong.
No, he was the godfather of soul.
That's it. Who's
Chain
that?
Gang. Chain Gang. I've been working on it. Sam Cooke.
Yeah, I was never going to get that.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm quite a fan of his. Oz Rock. No. Bury Me Deep in Love and Wide Open Road were hits for which band that originally hailed from WA? Oh, you already had the name up when I looked up.
I fucking love the Triffids. They're great.
I didn't really even finish the question and the name was already up there.
Yeah.
Okay, metal. Name the 1970s soft metal band often proclaimed by Homer Simpson as one of his favorites.
Oh, fucking hell. Jesus Christ.
Think that episode when he gets shot by a bowling ball out of a he gets shot by a cannonball?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I can't think of anything.
Huh? Yes. Don't stop a rockin'.
Yeah, no.
Grand Funk Railroad.
Grand Funk Railroad.
I like that they threw in a Simpsons question. That was great because that was a Simpsons question more than a music
yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Pardon me. Name the band that is credited with having success with the first white rap song.
I think that's probably Blondie with Rapture.
Yes, 100% correct. The song was Rapture.
Yep, that's what I thought. Yep.
And who covered it?
Oh, did someone cover Rapture?
One of your favorite bands covered it.
Oh, Jesus.
No? Depeche Mode.
Oh, I did not know that. I did not know.
All right. Yeah, no, it's a really good cover. That's the one I actually heard before the original.
Yeah.
Okay, family bands. How many Allman Brothers are there in the Allman Brothers band?
Oh shit, I don't know. I can only think of two.
Why would he ask, are you still streaming?
Oh, because Chog's only just joining us. It's almost midnight, man. The Chog's going, oh, it's midnight. You're almost here.
Is this going out to the world? It looks like it is. I mean, I'm watching
Yeah.
it on the...
Yeah. How many Allman? I can only think of two Allman Brothers. I don't know.
Yep, 2 is correct.
Oh,
Disco.
fuck yeah.
Which 1975 single by Donna Summer was branded graphic and banned by some radio stations?
Oh, I know this one. I'm almost sure it's Bad Girls. Is it Bad Girls?
Incorrect. It was Love to Love You Baby.
Oh no, Love to Love You Baby.
Because of
Bad
the
Girls
sounds
was-
she made in the song, I think. She got
they were okay. Yeah,
she got a
no,
bit
they were
graphic,
definitely
you know.
fucking-
70s
fucking
hits. What street did Jerry Rafferty famously sing about in the 70s?
I
With
know
a
this
lot
one.
of saxophone.
Yes, lot of saxophone in Baker Street.
Yep, correct.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't Hot Stuff either. It was that's a good one though. Okay, soul music. Famous for his work with the Miracles, which soul and R&B singer-songwriter recorded 37 top 40 hits between 1960 and 1987?
Okay, Dr. Abigail, are you going to join in on the quiz questions, by the way?
Hi, Doc.
Sure. If you don't know the answers, because you know so many of these that I don't.
But can you repeat that question, Strictly Sega? Can you? I don't know if he can even hear me. For some reason, he can't hear me.
I can hear you just fine.
Yeah.
I can hear you both just fine.
I'm just going to ask him if he can hear you.
Yeah, the noise is coming out of the talking, with the head, when you put your phone up to your ear.
Yeah.
Instead of the actual speakerphone.
Oh, weird. Okay.
You both sound just fine to me.
Yeah, you both sound fine to me.
Apparently,
So,
everyone sounds
There we
fine
go.
to Chog.
I fixed it. I found the speakerphone button.
He fixed it.
Hey,
There we go.
it was
there
on.
we go.
The problem lied between the chair and the desk.
Chair and keyboard. PEBCAC error. Problem exists between chair and keyboard. There we go.
Mhm.
But anyway, okay, so repeat
repeat
that
the
last
question.
question.
Oh, the
person
last
who-
question?
All the hits.
Crikey, bingo. Okay, what was it? Which one was it?
Something
yeah,
about someone
okay,
who had a
famous-
bunch of hits.
Famous for his work with the Miracles,
Yeah.
which soul and R&B singer-songwriter, oh God, this is so much better knowing I can hear you now. Which R&B singer-songwriter recorded 37 top 40 hits between 1960 and 1987?
I'm going to say James Brown. I don't know. I just went.
That's a fair call. Okay, but it's actually Smokey Robinson.
Smokey Robinson. There you go.
Never heard of
Mhm.
them.
Yeah.
Tracks in My Tears, Tracks in
Yeah,
My Tears. That
that's
was
his
Smokey
biggest
Robinson,
one, I
wasn't it?
think.
Yeah.
Cracks of My Tears, I think, is his biggest one.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Britpop. Jarvis
Okay.
Cocker was the lead singer of which band known for the hits Common People and Disco 2000?
Oh,
Word.
Pulp.
Pulp.
Pulp,
No, you're
correct.
right. It's Pulp. Pulp and
Yeah.
Blur were the same. Yeah, it was
He
Pulp.
was the guitarist in Blur, but he wasn't the lead singer. He was the guitarist in Blur.
There you go.
Damon, what was it? Damon something or other was the lead singer of Blur.
Damon Albarn was the lead singer of
Yeah.
Blur. Yeah.
Alburn, look at you go. Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
One hit wonders. Name the 1992 mega hit that spawned the dance craze. This was a 1996 song. I know it is a 1996 song. Name the 1992 mega hit that was spawned a dance craze by the Spanish duo Los Del Rio.
That's Macarena, isn't it?
Yeah, correct, right? And that was 96.
Oh God, I don't know. I just remember hey, Macarena.
Yeah. It was everywhere during the late 96.
It was at
Everybody was doing
every single wedding reception.
it. Yep.
And there's
Every single morning breakfast show was doing it. You know, like it was nasty. Okay. Anyway, 80s hits. What sort of eyes did Kim Carnes describe her in her 1981 top 40 hit?
Betty Davis.
Betty Davis eyes. No, you're right.
Yeah,
Yes.
bedroom
Betty
eyes with
Davis.
Kate Sobrano.
Kate Sobrano had bedroom eyes.
You're right. Bedroom eyes. Yep.
Disco. In which year was the movie and soundtrack Saturday Night Fever released?
77?
Correct.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, yellow card time. This is the fun ones. You like these. Okay. Match the following three names with the three foods. Monty Python, Fats Domino, and Don McLean. And the three foods are blueberry, pie, and Spam.
I know Monty Python is
Spam.
Yep.
Don
whatever
McLean.
what the name Chuck Berry was Blueberry Hill.
No. That was Fats Domino. Yes, correct. Fats Domino found his thrill
on Blueberry Hill. Richie Cunningham used to always sing that on Happy Days.
Yes, he kept on breaking into it all the time and annoyed everybody.
When he was going to get some action, he started singing "I Found My Thrill on Blueberry."
Oh, is that okay? Yeah.
And Don McLean was
American Pie.
Because American Pie, yeah.
The day the music died.
McLean, I might go and mix up some whiskey and rye.
Are you actually going to do it, or you can if you want?
Actually, I should. I should just go. I'm going to do an old fashioned.
So by rye, you mean
rye?
I can pause asking questions for a minute.
Okay, I'm going to really quickly make an old fashioned.
This is funny. I've watched you guys so long on the show. I think nearly 2 years now, and the first time I've talked to you now.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, talking to someone famous, I'm a little bit nervous, you know.
We're not famous. All right.
We're not famous at all.
Whiskey from the Lark Distillery in Tasmania, which is the Lark Distillery.
Yeah, do you want to say hello, Dr. Abigail?
Hello.
Renee,
well, look at her hiding.
Yeah, I have to hold the top. Can't reveal
you don't
too
have
much.
to hold the top for my benefit.
No, I think for the internet's benefit, though, you know.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Also, just be careful. Abigail steals wives, so I'm just saying.
Yeah, all the time.
Yeah, no, she's got a harem. I heard about that. Yeah.
Always steal your wife, steal your girlfriend. You know.
Who was the famous?
I don't know how I do it. It just happens.
Oh yeah, that's right. Movie questions too. I'll do a movie question for you, Doc.
Yeah, okay.
Name 3 movies with a vampire.
Interview with the Vampire. 3 movies with the vampire. Lost Boys. And Queen
I don't have answers on these cards, by the way, so I'm kind of going on trust.
Okay.
You could say whatever you wanted to. Lost Boys, Interview with the Vampire, and what was the third one?
Queen of the Damned.
Oh yeah, good call. Yep.
What was there? Was that good one?
Have you seen it?
Vampires or something?
Sorry.
was a
there's
really
also
good-
like Dusk Till Dawn. There's
Nosferatu, Bram Stoker's
Nosferatu.
Dracula,
Blackula.
there's so many.
Oh my god! Okay,
Dracula.
I just watched Renfield as well.
Oh
which is a
yeah,
new
is that
release.
any good?
It's extremely silly. It's if you just want to switch your brain off because it's
Nick Cage is great.
silly and fun. Nicholas Hoult and Nick Cage are both extremely good in it. Aquafina is hilarious. She's playing a cop in. She is very funny. So just from if you just switch your brain off and go, I'm going to have some really good light-hearted fun here because it's just like Nick Cage is having fun, Nicholas Hoult is having fun,
Yep.
Aquafina's having fun. It's like, well, I might as well just stop. And also the woman who was in The Expanse, she played the UN, the woman who led the UN in The Expanse.
Oh, cool. Okay.
The same actress, she's a
Like,
crime
yeah.
boss in Renfield.
Cool.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
And she's very cool. So, but it's light-hearted, silly fun, and it doesn't make a lot of sense. But if you just switch your brain off and go, "This is light-hearted, silly fun," it's fine. It's just fine.
Awesome.
Anyway, in honor of Don McClane,
the chick from Crazy Rich Asians, she was brilliant in that film.
Awkwafina. Yeah, I think Awkwafina
she stole the show. Yeah,
she's really good. I've seen her in a few things. She is basically, I think she does hip hop and stand up comedy, but basically she's very good.
She's going places, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, in honor of Don McClane, I've mixed up my whiskey and rye. So, you know.
Is it good? Is whiskey and rye good together?
This
seems dry.
I made an old fashioned, which was half Australian whiskey and half Australian rye with sugar syrup and bitters, and it's fucking awesome. Rye is just a different sort of whiskey. So it's if I could go back in time and say to Don McClane, like, "Hey Don, you know, rye is also whiskey. So if the good old boys, I don't know, moonshine, just go. The good old boys were drinking moonshine and rye because good old boys drink moonshine. But you know what? Who am I to
think
criticize?
Because of the Candace of the words, I think that's why he chose what he did. The cadence.
So do we have
sorry,
any
what's
more
Jock
questions?
saying? Ed Sheeran may have knocked Jackson out of the park. You know what? I will give Ed Sheeran a lot of leeway because he was in the movie Yesterday, which is where someone's in a world where the Beatles cease to exist, but he remembers all the songs, and Ed Sheeran's in it, and he's playing himself, and it's so self-effacing. I was going, okay, I don't really know Ed Sheeran's music at all, but him in Yesterday, I will give him a lot of leeway because he spends a lot of time making fun of himself in this movie.
Yeah,
particularly when it was like the gentleman of color who's friends with the lead character, and they're both on the plane with Ed Sheeran, and the guy's going, "Oh, Ed, I really liked your last album," and Ed says, "Fine, yeah, the rap stuff was great," and Ed goes, "Really?" And he goes, "No, not really. Leave it to the brothers, maybe." It was so fun.
Just on that comment about Ed Sheeran knocking Jackson out of the park, it's a lot easier to get a number one hit single these days than it used to be back in 1986 or 84, when Thriller came out. And that's because sales of CDs have dropped so much nowadays that there's no competition anymore.
Well, technically there's a number one song every week.
There's been 2 platinum albums in this decade.
Yeah, but,
and that was the Frozen soundtrack and Taylor Swift's 1989 album, and that's it.
Okay, but there's also a number. You specified a number one.
Yeah, the charts
single.
are made up. Now the charts, someone just throws a bunch of numbers into a bag, shakes it up and pours it out and goes, okay, based on what we think is being played on the radio, what is being streamed, and what is being sold, we're declaring this to be the charts. The charts
and now it's
are
YouTube videos as well.
Extremely subjective and made up. Also, I love that Raze is just going out there saying Led Zepp stole Stairway to Heaven.
Citation needed.
I'm on board though. I was never a Led Zeppelin fan. If we just want to shit talk Led Zeppelin, I'll do it. I will just shit talk Led Zeppelin.
My father is rolling over in his grave right now. He's a huge
Yeah.
Zeppelin fan.
Hello, darling.
Yeah, but yeah, it's I don't know enough about Led Zepp or anything, but yeah, I'm willing to just randomly shit talk Led Zepp for no good reason. So, you know, I'll definitely do it. Oh, kitty. Okay, we love kitties on the stream.
Kitty.
Yeah. Oh, Chog, you're saying they were actually taken to court over Stairway to Heaven? I don't know this stuff.
Okay, well, did they lose?
I don't know. So race, but what are we going to compare it to? I don't know. I just reckon like Led Zepp were both hitting the weed and the booze so hard they probably weren't aware of if they were knocking someone else off. It's just
Yeah, it was like George Harrison did it with She's So Fine.
Yeah.
My Sweet Lord, and copied She's So Fine. He didn't even know he did it. It was in his subconscious. Yeah.
Yeah. But it was, oh God, my favorite thing. Okay, I love the old Adult Swim comics. Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. There was one, and I think it was inspired by all those various plagiarism lawsuits about songs and whatnot. And they had fictional characters with a song saying like, "Oh, they stole my song." And there's just all these really funny set pieces of the different characters and arguing different points of law, and they're all idiots. And then at some point, the judge just goes, "Play me the songs side by side," and plays the two songs, and they just sound the same. And the judge just goes, "Case dismissed. You stole it." So it's like the whole episode was pointless because right at the end, the judge just goes, "Play the two songs next to each other," and they're completely the same. And it just goes, "Case settled. Yep, you stole it. Fuck off." But it was a whole. Again, I love the old Adult Swim, Harvey Birdman, Space Ghost Coast to Coast, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, all that super weird shit from, was it the early 2000s when all that stuff was done for the first time?
Late night cartoons, man. There was nothing better than that.
Yeah. Oh God, I watched this doco just the other day, the Ren and Stimpy story, and
wow.
I loved Ren and Stimpy, but I knew there was
that would have had a bad ending.
And I knew John Kricfalusi was kind of a fuck up, and I thought it was just going to be like John Kricfalusi was, you know, driven artist and was a prick to everyone and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. And that's how they were setting it up. He was just like a prick and all this sort of blah, blah, blah. And then you're like 90% of the way through the doco, and it comes out he was a groomer who was a predator on teenage girls. And it was just like, oh, you fucking saved that up. Oh my fucking God.
I haven't watched
like
that.
A slingshot,
you know? Watch that.
Yeah, it was the whole thing. It was just kind of like, you know, John Kricfalusi was the obsessive artist who was driven and was a prick because of his, and 90% of the doco was John Kricfalusi was a bit of a prick or an extreme prick, and then right at the end, also he was a child sex offender, and it's like, oh my fucking God.
Yeah, little footnote there. Yeah.
And the trippy thing was he was prepared to be interviewed for this. And the people were going like, wow. Yeah, when you groomed this 14-year-old and she moved in with you when she was 16. And he was like,
yike.
Yeah, I was wrong. I was wrong to do that. And it wasn't a one-off. He did it a couple of times. And also the woman... and she was brave. She was willing to go on and go, nope, this is what happened. I was 14 and I was writing him letters and he encouraged me and blah, blah, blah. I moved him with and he was a fucking creep and he's fucked. And I was like, okay, you're brave. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That reminds me, there's this
Justin Rowland
stand-up comedy routine that starts with starts with someone who's known to be I think it was Drake.
Yeah.
It wasn't
Drake's
Drake
a
to an
groomer.
extent.
Drake's so
Yeah,
fucking cool.
someone who's a groomer, but he says Drake isn't a pedophile, and the crowd's like, huh, they didn't know how to react. The technical term
Oh,
is
yes. A
is
feverphile
blah
or
blah blah.
something.
Yeah,
Yeah, and he
and
goes on
the
about there's all
problem,
these different terms for if it's
yeah,
a
the problem with
post-pubescent teen and
the problem with that is that if you if you explain the differences between pedophilia, pedophiles, and all these different
yeah.
underage sex offenders, it makes you sound like a pedophile.
I actually watched that one not long ago on YouTube, like only a
Yeah,
week or two ago. He did the whole thing where he's going like, technically, there's like if you're the sexual attraction is children, you're a pedophile, and then if it's a prepubescent teenager, it's this, and if it's a postpubescent teenager, it's this. But we don't talk about that so much because you just sound like a pedophile.
yes,
And he was like saying to the audience, stay with me on this. I'm just
yeah. It's so funny,
it was
but it's
very funny.
technically true, and
And
I'm
again,
like
what he was
my
saying was technically true. Yes.
my eye twitches every time someone like calls out a groomer as a
Yeah.
pedophile, and I'm like, I know they're not technically pedophile, but pointing it out
Yeah.
makes me sound awful.
Yeah. But like, so John Kricfalusi was a groomer and a predator.
Yeah,
And he's awful. And he did it more than once. And he was grooming 14 to 16-year-old girls. And it was just like, dude, how the fuck are you not in prison? Everyone knows you did this and you're admitting to doing this.
Yeah.
How the fuck are you not in prison? I don't. And it's basically because they're women now. They were children, teenagers at the time. They didn't want to press charges. They were just like, you know what? It's all fucked and terrible and shit, but I don't want to go
Oh,
through a
the
court
Jetsons.
case. Yeah.
Was he an animator?
John Kricfalusi, he was the creator of Ren and Stimpy.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And
yeah.
This was just a thing. I was just flicking through things I could watch, and I was like, "Oh, the Ren and Stimpy story. I like Ren and Stimpy. I'll mark that down and I'll watch it." And what was funny is I was watching it.
Is it on?
In Australia, it's on like Foxtel and Binge.
Oh, okay.
Possibly on some other ones too, because it's just a generic doco.
Sure.
I was watching it, and Mrs. Angry was like doing stuff in the next room, and she would come in every time I went, damn. She'd come in, what happened? And I explain, a thing just happened. Thing. And then as soon as the thing with the teenagers came out, I was just like, oh, damn. She was like, what? And she's going like, I picked from the other stuff. He's an awful person. What happened? I said, oh, he just groomed a 14-year-old and she moved in with him when she was 16. And she's like, I knew it because there was a thing in the original people who were working on Ren and Stimpy. One was his girlfriend and she was an exuberant, talented sorcerer. And then, they're interviewing her 20 years later and she's just going like, yeah, you know what? I couldn't do it anymore and I quit. And Mrs. Angry went, something happened there. She just went, no, I'm not working with him anymore. And it's like, because he was an exploitative, abusive creep. And then I love the structure of this doco. 90% of it was just like John Kricfalusi is
was angry,
driven artist who's a prick to other people because he's so driven, and also a child sexual abuser. It's just like, oh, wow. What the fuck?
God, it's always the assholes, isn't it?
Yeah, and this is this also reminds me. I saw a thing online like you repeatedly get these right wingers who are getting right-wing men who are being outed as abusers and creeps. And it's like when a left-winger gets found out for being a manipulator or a groomer or an abuser, you go, I'm so disappointed. When a right-winger gets outed for it, you go, well, duh. I mean, honestly.
Yeah.
You need to write a song first, Rays.
Oh, as Ray said, I don't know what band you want to happen, Rays.
He's talking about an angry chicken band, like
from the other side. So I think Rays and Chog are coming up with band ideas. The Angry Chickens debut album, Feathered Pedo Killers. Yeah, you know what? I mean, I've heard
Death
worse.
Country Funk Pop. Yeah.
I'm just throwing out. I've heard worse ideas. But yeah, so yeah, I always knew there was something kind of off with John Kay, but this doco, and what blows my mind is John Kay is so desperate for attention. He was willing to be interviewed for this doco, and this doco was made years after
but
everyone
still
found
calling him out for his
he
actions. Yeah,
was a groomer and abuser, and god damn. And also, this is the and Mrs. Angry agreed with us. For those who don't know, Mrs. Angry is a psychologist counselor, so she kind of knows behavioral things. And there was lots of photos and video from different times, but only about over a 5-year period, 5 to 10 year period. And John Kricfalusi looked completely different in different photos and videos. Like he had like different haircuts and beards and whatnot, and just looked like he was continually looking different. And I was going, and I said to Mrs. Angry, I think there's something in that. When I look at, he's completely unrecognizable just in gaps of 2 or 3 years. Like his physical appearance changes so much, you wouldn't recognize him just in gaps of 2, 3, 5 years. And yeah, she agreed and just went, yeah, there's a psychology there of this person wanting to hide from things. And so him in this time period looks completely different to him in this time period. And it's like he's trying to dissociate from himself. And because he's not a good person. He's just not a good person.
Damn.
He's awful. Sorry, John going, is there... Epstein's just manipulating... Actually...
Well, last Thursday, all the Epstein files just came out.
Yeah, and all the people named. So. And you get like right-wingers going, oh, Bill Clinton's named. You
and then you get left-wingers, oh, Donald Trump, you know.
Any reasonable person's just going, if there is evidence that Bill Clinton is a sex offender, prosecute that motherfucker. Straight up.
Yeah.
And there are bound to be some dyed-in-the-wool political people who go, leave him alone. But the vast majority of people are going, oh no, if there's evidence he's a sex offender, fucking prosecute. If this list provides any evidence that anyone's a sex offender, fucking prosecute them.
Yep.
Fuck Bill
I'm just going to give it a week to see what's happened because, you know, there's 700 or 1,000 pages of text there. And they're all going to be connected to the court case and stuff. Yeah, a lot.
Yeah.
And, you know, so it's got to be filtered through, you know, by people who are more willing to look at it than I am. So, yeah, give it some time and see what floats to the top.
I just got to be right. Ray's, if Aidsy was still around, he'd completely be on board with that verse you've just written there, is all I'm saying. Aidsy and I had an imaginary metal band called Imagine the Girth. And we'd mapped out this whole thing kind of like Spinal Tap of all these old men talking about how their career collapsed because of just the terrible things they did. But that was pure Aidsy that he just came up with a fictional metal band called Imagine the Girth.
Oh, that's another thing. Trump got blocked in Maine as well as
Yes.
Colorado now. So that's
And-
2 states.
And there's
Yeah,
but
that
there's
happened.
2 more who are pushing for it.
Yeah. It's going to the Supreme Court for sure.
The Supreme
think
Court
so.
have
Sooner rather
denied
than later.
reviewing it yet. Yeah, I think they've turned it down a couple of times now.
Yeah, but
Uh,
but if the Supreme Court doesn't want to get involved, more and more states are just going, okay, we get to administer our own electoral
Our own
things,
justice,
we're
yeah.
taking him off the ballot. Because it would legit only take one state where he probably would
Yep.
have won. But also, there's the whole
Yeah.
thing. Apparently, Nikki Haley, who is a nutcase, is picking up support on the Republican side. If the
Mhm.
Republicans literally cut out because how they got done by Trump the last time is they didn't narrow it down to one person versus Trump, and Trump just kept picking people off. If the Republicans went, okay, every motherfucker except this one person drop out, one establishment Republican versus Trump might actually knock him off the nomination. Which would change the whole ballgame. And also, Nikki Haley is fucking nuts. She kind of looks slightly less nuts next to Trump, but she's fucking nuts. And the last couple of days, I've seen a whole bunch of media stories about, Nikki Haley's getting more and more support. And she is off her trolley. But yeah. Sorry, Waze, did you get warned? Was that for channeling AZ? Honestly, you can do something terrible and depraved, and I'll just go, I just think the ghost of AZ invaded you and made you say that. And and then you get away with it.
Vivek Ramaswamy guy is starting to phase out his campaign.
That
He won't be
Vivek
on the
guy
next.
is
He won't be in the next debate.
Oh, he was
that
so
Vivek weirdo literally promoted the white nationalist great replacement thing. And he
was
white.
just a Trump wannabe.
It's just like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? It's just like Trump has just made the Republican Party so unhinged. It's just Jesus. God damn.
He was Trump
Absolutely.
light when they had Trump original.
Yeah. Yeah, why be Trump light when there's Trump original, honestly? It's just
Trump
like,
classic. Yeah.
Trump classic, yes. We don't want new Coke. It's like, goodness. But who knows? Because that's how the Democrats knocked off.
Go on.
So what were you going to say, Abigail?
Oh, some Fox News hosts have started speculating about how Trump is going to be president while he's in prison.
Oh, yes. But again, they do put complete nutcases on air at Trump. It's
because they've recognized that he's going to prison, but also that he may be the president as well at the same time. Like, how does that work?
Yeah,
I don't think Nikki Haley's going to go through because she's a woman, and Republicans don't like women so much, you know. So they'll keep on pushing to Trump no matter what.
I love that, Jog, because Trump often said, because Trump did get more votes than any incumbent president had ever gotten. Biden just got more because there was a chunk of the population who went literally anyone but Trump, honestly.
Yeah, but Chris brought up a good point. It took the biggest election in history to beat him.
Yeah. So,
it took the biggest election in history to beat him.
Yeah, more people voted in that election than in any other election. So Trump's going, but I got more votes than any incumbent president. How could I lose? Because the challenger got more. You know what? It's a real simple answer. How did I lose? Because the other guy got more votes. Because a chunk of the population literally went anyone but Trump. and I think we'll see a bunch of TikToks. There had been in the past, maybe Bo Burnham, and I feel like I haven't mentioned Bo Burnham for a long time.
There's
the
one
ang-
for your bingo square.
That's an angry bingo thing, but because he did the ultimate, this is how we felt about COVID lockdowns in his Netflix special Inside. But a year later, he released the Inside outtakes, stuff he'd recorded but didn't make it into that. And there was one song he had about, and the thing was, "Are you really going to make me vote for Joe Biden?" And it was like, isn't there anyone better than Joe Biden? And I feel like that's going to have a rebirth on TikTok in the lead up to the next election of all these Zoomers and alphas just lip syncing with, "Are you really going to make me vote for Joe Biden?"
Well, he's running again.
He is.
There.
And he's unopposed on the Democrat side.
Candace Owens shuts down fellow women as well as the Democrats as well, by the way, Chog.
Was it Republicans? Oh, Candace Owens is unhinged. A black woman advocating for Trump level politics, and it's like with her, all I think of is the original alt-right group, like the pre-Trump alt-right group. The number of white women who were part of that as the years went by, they were like, wait a second, the men in this movement treat us really badly. And
Why
it's
are
like
these leopards eating my face?
Yes, it was the leopards eating people's faces party. And it was just, God damn.
Yes.
And on Twitch, Hannah Jane, you and Strictly Sager are wearing the same shirt. Okay, that's pretty fucking cool, quite honestly.
And who was the other guy? There was another guy who came on who loved the Beatles as well.
Oh, yeah, no, I think I know who you mean.
know what I'm talking about, yeah.
And he's a super fucking weirdo that I honestly had to drop kick for a couple of reasons.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
It happens.
But yeah,
Who came up?
Biden's the first president you can actively see get dementia.
I missed the troll.
Yeah. Oh, Biden's fascinating because I think Biden is actually a better president than I thought he would be. Because I am not.
Yeah, but you can see his mind slipping bit by bit by bit.
Oh, yeah, no. You can see him occasionally where you see the signs of dementia.
Not dementia.
There's no
Same with Turtle. Same with Turtle. What's his name? Half dementia, half old age, you know?
It's nowhere near dementia levels. If you've seen dementia, you've seen dementia. It's just old age. That's all. He's not. He's almost 90.
That's probably fair, Dr. Abigail. Dementia is an actual medical condition.
Exactly.
Biden is forgetful and he speaks in a really disjointed way.
Yeah, but Trump is doing exactly the same thing, and he's under so much stress. He's doing it more often.
Oh yeah, no, I literally think because Trump's in such bad shape. Biden's actually in good shape. Trump's in such bad shape. He's just going to have a massive coronary or a stroke or something. And his weirdo supporters, when Trump dies from natural causes, from really obvious natural causes, his weirdo supporters are going to say the CIA
he was assassinated
or something.
Yeah.
It's like, fuck.
Yeah. And Mitch McConnell was the other one I'm thinking about as well that we could actively see.
Mitch McConnell had that thing where he just froze for a while.
Yeah.
And it's
like a mini stroke. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to get off the group chat and just go back to watching again. Okay, I'm not settling in with this. I'm so nervous still, and I just want to relax and enjoy the show.
It was absolutely lovely having you on here, and
thank you, man.
I really love having you on here.
Please come on again sometime
if you want to chill. Yeah,
would love to. Now I know how it works. You know, it should be fine. Yeah. All right, cheerio.
Cheers, mate.
Bye.
So Richard, you actually missed me. I had a crate here of 12-inch singles, and I went through in great detail of all the stuff in there, reliving old memories. I'm going to put the Discord thing in. If anyone's not on the Discord, I'm just going to put the invite thing. Not real good. Invite. That's it. God damn it. It always takes me a little while to work out. I'm old and I do not cope with change. Musical Aviator too sore to join on cam. God damn. You've been coming home from LARP and you're all sore. So if you're not already on the Discord, that's an invite to join the Discord. Strictly Sega has actually put together a playlist from the vinyl that I've been sharing. Almost all 80s. There's a little bit of 90s and probably a little bit of 70s in there, but almost all 80s. Fucking legendary stuff, honestly. But if you're not already on the Discord, that's a link to join the Discord. It's very low key. There's a few of us on there. We just share shit and have fun and whatever.
Yeah, there's memes occasionally. There's
I have some good ones I've saved that I want to share. I have to put them on there at some point. There was one, I don't know, one of my friends, you know, when one of your friends is sharing stuff and you're going, oh my God, we are in exactly the same mindset of you sharing this shit. And I will put it, actually, I'll put it on the Discord now because I saved it. But it was very funny, this particular artist, comic artist. And so many people on the stream will identify with this. But as these two guys walking down the street talking, and one of them says, I engage in too much negative self-talk, like a total fucking idiot. And it's like, oh my God, I identify with that so much. Like, Jesus. And there's another one about imposter syndrome. As soon as I saw it, I went, oh, that's me. And it's like the person sitting there going, I'll rather than trying to remember it, I'll actually
just post it.
Bring it up again. But I suffer really bad. Like I am doing really well in my professional life at the moment and have been for a while. But imposter syndrome, like my all-time favorite Far Side from Gary Larson was all these bums in an alley, like drinking cheap wine. But there's a giant cockroach in the middle of them. And the cockroach is going, I had it all, a corner office. I was a VP. And then one day someone just pointed at me and went, hey, he's just a giant cockroach. I was like, yep. That's what I keep expecting to happen. But this one is what I see on Facebook all the time. And there's a guy sitting at his desk going, everything's a mess. I don't know how any of this works. How did I get this job? I have no idea what I'm doing. And someone walks up and goes, hey, good job on the presentation. The CEO was really impressed. And the guy goes, thanks, boss. And the final frame is, they know.
Oh God!
Like, I deal
there
with
are a surprising number of PhD theses whose draft titles have something to do with imposter syndrome.
Yeah, and because I work in the public service, and I found someone I work with shared this first one with me, and that site shared to another one. There's a global site for people who work in public service called Apolitical. It's actually pretty good. It's for public servants around the world to share things. And there was a discussion on one of the things like, how do you deal with imposter syndrome? And I went, okay, this is the thing that fucks me up every day. I didn't say fucks me up. Okay, this is the thing I feel every day. And on the days when I'm able to deal with it, what I do is I just do one thing. And then I do one more thing. Because what happens with me at the start of a project, I can look at a project and I know exactly where it has to finish and I know what has to happen. And I go, why haven't I already done that? And it's because I'm literally at the start of the project and I can see the end point, and I am in
Yep.
danger of being crippled by the thought, I have not yet successfully completed. The project's going to take 6 months. And on day one, I can see how it should run over 6 months. And on day one, I'm going, why have I not successfully completed this project yet? And it's because I'm on day one. And so I say, like, I just go, okay, I am going to do the first thing I can do. Then I'm going to do the second thing I can. And I need to not fixate on the resolution of this, because the resolution is going to take a long time. But because I'm an analyst, I can look at it and go, I know what we ultimately have to do, and I will beat myself up that I haven't done that on day one. And the danger is I can suffer paralysis because I go, oh, I haven't successfully executed the end point of this. I'm hopeless. I will never get anywhere. And I can sit there in paralysis. And it's like, no, do not do that. Don't do that. Just go do one thing, then do one more thing, then do
Yep.
one more thing. You can't do everything. You can see everything and you feel like you should do everything, but you can't. And I posted this on the thing, on the chat thing, like, just do one thing. And then I got all these people going, oh my God, that's so real. That's so real. And I was like, yep, okay, we all feel like that. Cool.
That sounds like a really great neurotypical response to imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
But that didn't help my imposter syndrome at all, that kind of thinking.
But you were
Because
also
that's just what I do.
super high. I think you're a higher achiever in your field than I ever have been in my field.
I really appreciate that.
Because we've had
I-
lots of talks about work and shit.
Yeah.
And I feel like look, I'm good. I'm good at my job. I need to reinforce that occasionally, that I'm good at my job. But I feel like we've had conversations. I feel like you were top tier at your job. You were like way up there.
I have goosebumps, and
I know you don't
was-
take praise, and
I don't take praise very well. But I was a senior developer, and I led a team, and yeah, in my prime I was unstoppable. Basically, there was no bug I couldn't fix and no software I couldn't write, and yeah, it was pretty awesome. But I still had imposter syndrome.
Oh yeah.
And I still knew people who were better than me at my job. Like, I went to conventions and conferences where I wanted to hang out with people who I considered much smarter and much better at things that I did.
Yep.
And it was amazing.
Yeah.
And the thing that got me around imposter syndrome was, someone told me once that everyone has imposter syndrome. Doesn't matter who you are or how good you are. The only people who don't have imposter syndrome are narcissistic assholes.
Yeah, incompetent fuckwits, basically. So
Yes.
Razor actually asked, imposter syndrome, I'll give my take. You might have a slightly different take, Dr. Abigail. Imposter syndrome is when you are in a role that you are genuinely qualified for and you're genuinely good at it, but you spend the whole time thinking, I am not qualified to do this. Someone's going to find me out at any given moment. And I shall be cast into the gutter because I should never have been here.
Yep. That's about it. Yeah. It's the negative self-talk of
Yep.
a professional life,
I also
basically.
love Chog's thrown in. Imposter syndrome is what Ray's thinks Led Zepp has. Honestly, that's a pretty good one, Chog. I like that. I do like that. But it's just basically it's negative self-talk. It's when you think
Mm.
you're not qualified to be doing a thing you're doing.
Yep.
But it's also implicit in imposter syndrome is you are actually qualified to be doing what you're doing. You are actually probably good at what you're doing. You just have so much negative self-talk, you convince yourself you aren't good at it.
If you genuinely aren't qualified to do a thing you're doing, generally you get fired.
Yes.
Or if you're cis
Or
white
you get
male,
promoted. If you're a cis white male, you get promoted.
Yeah, promoted. That's where I was going with that.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Okay, Rays, you're being lighthearted. You're saying you're on a construction job, you're zero knowledge, you learn. But dude, you are working hard. You are fucking hurting yourself to do that job. And you're earning it, essentially. So what's Chog say? Imposter syndrome, you feel like you're acting, but you're actually doing it. Yeah. It's kind of if I feel like almost anyone who's not a narcissist has imposter syndrome at some point.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like the Dunning-Kruger effect, where there was a study that shows almost the more ignorant someone is, the more sure they are that they're right about something, and the more well-educated and well-versed in a subject someone is, the more doubts they have about whether or not they're right about something. It's all tied up. Imposter syndrome is just doubting yourself, basically.
It's self-esteem and doubting
Yeah.
your own skill set.
Yeah.
And the only times the only times I didn't have imposter syndrome was when I was truly confident in myself.
Yeah.
And my abilities.
Yeah. And
even then I had to be really aware of what I could do and what like I had to not rein myself in, but just be aware of what I could and couldn't do.
Yeah.
And be realistic.
Yeah. And my
not
role
be
is
arrogant and stuff.
Yeah, my role is church. It's kind of funny. I'm 2 weeks into 3 weeks holiday, and it's like I'm going to have another week off, and then I'm going to go back and probably freak out and feel like I've forgotten everything about my job. I had to reapply for my job because of a restructure, and I got it. And it was kind of like when the whole restructure announcement happened, I was going, wait, okay, so you're saying I don't have a job, but here's a new job, and that's literally my job description. You want me to apply for that job, don't you? And they're not allowed to say that. They're not allowed to say, yeah, we want you to apply for that job. But I did, and I got the job, and I was going, oh, okay. I had literally 2 months of being in limbo, which was a bit weird and fucked up. But then I applied for the job and I got it. And I'm essentially being promoted, and I'm going to have a minion, and someone has to apply for it. And I know who's probably going to apply for it and would be good for it. And it's like, okay, so you in management all kind of respect me and want me in this role and want me to do these things. So now it's all on me. I've got to reinvent myself and go, here's what we're doing. And it's like, half the time I'm completely on board with that. And I'm going, yeah, I'm going to do that. And I'm going to do the thing. And I'm going to, and the other half of the time is like, this is all unknown and weird and vague and fuck.
Yep.
So here's the thing.
I think
Ray,
that
I feel I feel like, Rage, you're putting yourself down. I don't know shit, but I'm learning by asking. Dude, that's how you do it. That
Yeah.
you are. I feel I'm betting the other people on your building side are going, this guy gets it. He's just
Yeah.
come on and he's acknowledging he doesn't know shit and he's asking. This guy gets it. I don't want these
That's
dickheads
why
who
that
come on and act like they know everything.
yeah, that's why they're keeping you. That's such a good skill to have.
Yeah, and I feel like from what you've told me, because you're running yourself into the ground, you're working really hard. And I reckon everyone else on the
Mhm.
site knows it. Oh, nice. Richard, you put some pictures of vinyl in the Discord. I'm definitely going to look at that. Noise. I'm doing a wave to say hi. Discord is very weird. Oh, yeah. I love it. Dark Side of it.
Metal
All right.
Metal is also one of my favorite Pink Floyd albums.
I've got at a guess, I think I've only got 2 Pink Floyd albums on vinyl, which is Dark Side of the Moon. Sorry, no, it's not Dark Side of the Moon. It's The Wall. I've got The Wall double album.
I don't
And
have
I've got
any vinyl.
Atom Heart Mother, which is when Sid Barrett was still in. And that's when they are just
Yep.
like hippies and they all took a shit ton of acid and then went into the
Yeah.
studio
Ah, Sid.
just before Sid
That was it.
died.
Wasn't that their second album though?
I think it's their second album, yes.
Yeah, it
It's
sounds.
just got a cow on the cover. There's one really good track on the album called Us. It's really cool. It's really mellow. I really like it.
Yeah, that sounds. Yeah, I think that's their second album.
And I have to admit, I did love the movie they did, Pink Floyd The Wall, with Bob Geldof playing Pink, essentially, the fictional character of Pink, who leads a fascist movement at one point. It's kind of like Roger Waters still does these stage shows, and people don't get that he's mocking fascism. He's like, boys wearing a fascist uniform. And yes, no, he's saying
Yes.
fascism is bad. For God's sake. But the bit, I have to admit, I do love the bit in the movie Pink Floyd The Wall where you don't know what's happening. Like Bob Geldof is in a bathroom sink and there's water in the sink and then blood starts dripping, and it's because he's shaving off his eyebrows because he looks super fucking weird with no eyebrows, and he does the whole thing where he's leading the fascist movement. But I have to admit, is Another Brick in the Wall Part 1, 2, and 3. The version they released as a single was Part 2. There's the
Part
We
2,
Don't
yeah.
Need No
Yeah. Please
education.
please.
But I love the lead into it.
Yes.
Which is I don't think it's Part 1. I think it's another song. But there's like, when we were young and went to school, there were certain teachers who would hurt the kids in any way they could. And then there's I don't remember quite clearly, but it's like by exploiting the kid's weakness, no matter how well hid. And then the line was, but in the town it was well known when they went home at night, their fat and psychopathic wives would thrash them within inches of their lives. It's kind of like the male teachers at the school were actually subs to their wives at home. Like the male teachers were abusing the students, but the male teachers were actually subs to their wives at home, which is very funny. But I love the way that leads into Another Brick in the Wall Part 2 with just a scream.
Yep.
I'm fucking love it. And Part 3 is also, Richard, I agree, Part 3 is also good because it's kind of lost. It's like, I don't need no walls around me. Yeah, as much as when you watch the movie, Pink Floyd, The Wall, you go, I think Roger Waters maybe had problems with women. And that's much more so than the album, actually. I did not pick that up so much on the album, but the movie, particularly with the animations and whatnot, and it's like, oof, I kind of get the thing Roger Waters just can't get on board with women. He's got mother issues and he's got lover issues. And but he's also acknowledging it. Like, you can't put that stuff in the movie without going, hey everyone, I feel like I am severely fucked up and I'm working through it with my art. And I'm just laying it out there.
I have to go
Okay.
because I'm dying.
That's
I'm
fair. It's
tired.
almost 1 a.m.
And my cat is desperately trying to tell me it's time for snuggles.
That's fair.
And he's a giant floof with really sharp nails.
That
so
is
I don't
a
wanna
very
piss him
big
off.
cat, actually, if we're talking about the big cat.
Yes. And
Fair
he
enough.
knows I'm talking about him. I'm going to see
Yeah.
if I can pick him up. Come here,
Oof.
kitten.
All right, big cat with all the Maine Coon DNA.
Oh,
look at that
hello,
huge
kitten.
cat with the floofy hair.
He's such a floof.
Huge cat with all the floof.
Hello. Oh, he does not like being manhandled at
No,
all.
meow meow.
Meow, meow. He's as big as my torso.
It's a very big cat.
Oh.
That is a very big cat.
Oh. Oh. Look at those big... Look at the size of his paws.
I know.
It's just so big. Oh.
Such a big cat.
Okay, you get in your little cubby hole. See ya.
So floofy.
I've dedicated an empty shelf just for him
That's
in my
fair.
desk. And he just will sit in there and just be a cat. Oh, he scratched my arm, you bastard.
Cheeky thing.
Anyway,
Ready?
I'm gonna go. I mean, you can. It's so tired. Yes.
Fair
Anyway,
enough.
take care.
Good night.
Thanks
Thank you
for
for
having
joining
me on.
Thank you for being here.
Take care, and I'll let you know when I get this new 3D printer. It's like next generation awesome.
Neat.
In 3D
Neat.
printing. I
All
don't
right.
have to. It's self-calibrating. It does.
Excellent.
It's multicolor. It multi-material. It's got an inbuilt camera. It's awesome. I don't need to worry about bed leveling. It's just going to be so
Oof.
awesome. It's more
right.
appliance than hobby. It's
Neat.
Anyway, take care.
All right. Good night.
Bye.
Talk to you later. Bye. So thinking like, now we're talking about Richard. Do you want to listen to The Wall again? I probably haven't listened to The Wall in a long time, but every now and then, I do go on. Particularly on YouTube, I like to go at the bit from the movie The Wall, the lead into Another Brick in the Wall Part 2. One of My Turns is another one I like, actually. So Mrs. Shaw going to be woken at 6:30. Yeah, sleep. That's fair. We're all just bricks in the wall. Yes. That was the thing when I was in high school. We thought we were so deep and meaningful. Talking about, we don't need no education. Ooh, Chog, that sounds like an interesting one. Blu-ray Atmos mix of Roger Waters doing the Wall tour. Are the trials good? I mean, there are so many bits of The Wall that I like, quite honestly. And even like we used to, when I was in high school, we used to laugh at the bit where, in the movies, like Bob Geldof goes fascist and it's like, Pink isn't well. He stayed back at the hotel, so they sent us along as a surrogate band. We're going to find out where you fans really stand. Are there any queers in the theatre tonight? Get them up against the wall. When I was in high school, we just kind of thought that was funny. And I was like, yeah. But you watch it as a proper, sensible adult and you're going like, oh, no, he's just setting up a thing here about how easy it is for fascism to rise. Raise. Okay, Elton John's Still Standing, which was autobiographical. Did you watch like the Elton John biopic, which is really interesting because it was kind of done in a really fantastical way as a musical? I really liked it. Ooh, there you go, Chog. I'm not even that familiar with that one. Pink Floyd song Dogs. Yes, and it was. I'm Still Standing is a fuck you. Yes. Oh, Raise. Okay, if you like Still Standing, you should watch that movie because it's really interesting because it's done in a sort of non-naturalistic, fantastical way, like a musical. And it's like meant to be the spirit of Elton John. I think you'd really like it. If you like Still Standing, you'd really like it. Oh, Run Like Hell kicks ass, actually. Run Like Hell is a good track. You've actually seen Elton John live. I've never seen Elton John live. God damn. He's such a performer. Bohemian Rhapsody is funny because so much of Bohemian Rhapsody is just not true. And you're like, why did you guys do all this stuff that's not true? But the Elton John one, it's a lot of it's fantastical and it's not naturalistic and it's like a musical, a stage play. And I think it works. And also, your dude who plays Elton is apparently doing the vocals. Like, he's not just lip syncing. They actually recorded him singing the Elton songs, which is pretty wild. So, Chog, if I want an experience, listen to Dogs by Pink Floyd. 17 minutes of mid-70s rock. Damn. Oh, God, the Weird Al Yankovic story, Weird. Oh, my God, that was incredible. When I finally watched it, I was just like, this is fucking art. This is incredible. And I think like the final thing that's on the screen, Madonna Ciccone is still at large. It's just like I loved the whole thing. But where people ended up at the end of the movie and just a text thing saying Madonna Ciccone is still at large. I laughed so fucking much. Oh my God. Oh yeah, Crocodile Rock. That's the whole thing. That Elton John movie is sort of fantastical and whatnot. Yeah, seriously, if you like Weird Al Yankovic at all and you haven't watched the movie Weird, a biopic, oh fuck! And the fact that it's all built off a sketch that was on YouTube 15 years ago is fucking amazing. And Daniel Radcliffe is incredible. Daniel Radcliffe plays Al Yankovic. Also, he's fucking cut. Daniel Radcliffe is yoked. And yeah, Strictly Sega, Weird is just... It's the Weird Al Yankovic version of a biopic. Yeah, Raze, even if you're not a huge Weird Al fan, it's a fucking experience. That movie is... it's just like, oh, okay. This is not what I was expecting. And it's just like you just have to roll with it. It's fucking amazing. Love the scene where they do another one rides the bus. The whole thing is just super fucking weird. And I love it. Oh, Raze. No, Johnny Cash's grandson. Does he do country music as well? Okay. I'm not at all familiar with Johnny Cash's grandson. I don't mind Johnny Cash, though, over his entire career, because, dude, he is the epitome of what they call an iconoclast. Johnny Cash was just so anti-establishment, even though, like, he's doing country music, which is very kind of conservative and mainstream, but Johnny is so anti-establishment and so fucking dark. And like, again, like the last thing he released, the cover of Hurt, the Nine Inch Nails song, the degree to which he owned that and made it feel like his own thing. And it's like, because you kind of feel like Nine Inch Nails are so far removed from Johnny Cash, but Johnny Cash just heard that song and went, that speaks to me. I got to do a version of it. And if you look at that video, which is on YouTube, which really moves me, and because June appears, his wife June appears in the video as well, and it's like Johnny's talking about the ruin of his world, and when you realize both June and Johnny were dead within a year of that clip being made, it fucking trips me out, honestly. So, Chog, you've got a hot take. Roger does best live solo work from Floyd. Not the biggest fan of his post-Floyd records. You prefer Gilmour's solo work. Oh, there you go. Yeah, but Roger Waters kept doing the live stuff. I feel like you're right. Tricky Sega hurts from the American Recording Series. Johnny Cash just so much. Oh, the original Folsom Prison. When he was doing those shows in prison. God damn. You know, I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. And San Quentin, I hate every inch of you. Even A Boy Named Sue, that's quite a good song. Like when the protagonist of the song was named Sue, and he's got in fights his whole life, and people find out his name's Sue, think like he's a girl, and they challenge him, and he's always getting in fights because of it. And when he finally runs into his dad, who abandoned him, and is like, "Fuck you! Why did you do this? Why did you call me Sue?" And the dad basically says, "It's to make you," and he actually beats his dad up. And his dad says, "It was to make you tough." And it worked. You're tough. What I wanted to happen actually happened. And then it's like Johnny understands why he named me Sue. And the last bit of the song is like, I understood it as like, so if I have a son, I'm gonna name him Bill, John, Mike, anything but Sue. It's just like going like, this is such a fucked idea. Is that Neil Young? You meant to say old man. Is that old man, take a look at my life? I'm a lot like you. Neil Young fucking kicks ass. Angry, grumpy guy, but he fucking kicks ass. Even like I'm thinking, the Tom Hanks movie Philadelphia, where he plays the guy who has AIDS. The song from the soundtrack that got all the attention, and I think possibly got an Academy Award, was Bruce Springsteen doing the song Philadelphia, which was a good song, not dissing the boss. But the Neil Young song on that soundtrack, City of Brotherly Love, that fucking kicks ass. So good. Oh, God, now we're getting into the old grumpy guy stuff. Van Morrison. Yeah, I fucking love Van Morrison as just a grumpy old guy. Oh, God, I'm trying to think of... I think it was a Van Morrison song. I'm just going to look it up to be sure. Let me double check. Van Morrison. Why do I have to explain? I think this is Van Morrison. Oh, yes. Van Morrison has a song called Why Must I Always Explain? And it's basically Van Morrison complaining about interviewers, saying, why do you always ask me the same questions? Why must I always explain about my art? And there's an Irish Australian comedian, Jim Owen, and I remember him from when he first started in the 90s in Australia. But he had a very funny routine. He was talking about Van Morrison because Jim Owen's Irish, Van Morrison's Irish. Jim Owen loved Van Morrison, and he's like, Van Morrison is a grumpy old fucker, but I love him. And he even has this song where he's being grumpy about people asking him questions. Why must I always explain? And maybe this makes me a bad person, but I always wanted to interview Van Morrison and go, so this song of yours, Why Must I Always Explain? What's that about? It's just like, Jesus Christ. So, and also I felt like that was a very Irish sense of humor. And I feel like that's my heritage. Ireland and Scotland is my heritage. So I identify quite well with Irish humor. So that one made me laugh. Van Morrison, is that short for anything? I think Van Morrison is such a fucking grumpy guy. You could wind him up with almost anything. Again, incredibly talented person. And it's extremely childish to want to wind him up, but it's also more than a little bit difficult to resist wanting to wind him up, quite honestly, because he's just kind of setting you up for it. Oh, good, Chog, you actually listened to a new Rolling Stones album and quite liked it. Oh, okay. Here's the thing. I think the Rolling Stones still come across as rock stars, like Mick Jagger and Keith Richards still come across as rock stars. Whereas on YouTube recently, I found out Madness had released some new tracks, and Suggs, the singer, still kind of has a vibe of being a singer, but the clip, it's just like all these old dudes. It's just all these old dudes playing music. Now, the songs I saw on YouTube, they were nice tunes. I did not dislike them, but I'm just watching this video going, oh my God, they just look like a bunch of old dudes. I'm an old dude. Everyone in Madness is like 10 years older than me, but you know, it's the whole thing. So Ray's Mick Jagger and Keith Richards live because they've got too much cocaine. Yeah, I feel like they've kind of preserved their system. Like alcohol's a preservative. I feel like they've preserved their bodies in alcohol. But I mean it. They still seem like rock stars, and they're 10 years older than the guys in Madness. But I was watching this clip of Madness on YouTube, and it's just like, they just look like a bunch of old dudes, honestly. Oh, God, I love that, Strictly Sega. You saw the Stones in 2006. Keith Richards had a bandage because he fell out of a tree in New Zealand. Good Lord. Chog, everyone's surprised they're still alive. The amount of substance abuse, particularly Keith Richards. How the fuck did Keith Richards not die in the 70s? How the fuck did Keith Richards not die 50 years ago? It's ridiculous. Okay, I didn't know that, Rays, that Mick Jagger bailed out Sid Vicious. Okay, Malcolm McLaren was a fucking scumbag, definitely. I've mentioned this before, but not for a while. Okay, so there were some documentaries on these shows. Something like The Last 48 Hours, and it tracks famous people who died and tries to document the last 48 hours of their lives. There's one on John Belushi. There's one on John Candy. One on Chris Farley. And there was one on Sid Vicious. And there was a bit of it that blew my mind. His mum, who was still alive when they made that, was being interviewed. So his mum was saying, because she keeps referring to him as Simon, which was his real name, she didn't believe he would be able to survive prison. Now, he died of a drug overdose. And there's a question of, was that self-inflicted? Was it an accident? When you listen to this interview with his mother, it sounds a fucking lot like she dosed him. Like she made a decision, okay, he's guilty of killing Nancy. He's going to be found guilty. He'll never survive in jail. I'll survive him. So her own words make it sound like she fucking dosed him. Raze, you reckon she admitted it on a deathbed? Holy shit, the interview in this doco made it sound like she did it. Richard, we all become old dudes. We sure do. Okay, we'll listen to music from before we were born. I mostly listen to music from my youth, like 80s and 90s. Jog, you want to know most depressing album of all time? Oof, I would have to think about that. From even just stuff I'm familiar with, what would be a depressing album? Damn, okay, I can't really think of something off the top of my head. Sounds like a cover band does music from the 50s to the 80s. Yeah. I do like Motown, like stuff from, and I guess it's from the 50s and 60s. I do like Motown. And some stuff from the 60s, Easy Beats. I do like the Beatles and the Stones. There's a few things from the 60s I like. I don't listen to them a lot, but I do like them. Strictly say you felt old, you heard Faith No More on the oldies. It's like when you hear something in the supermarket. You're just going around the supermarket and you hear a song like, yeah, this kicks ass. Why are they playing this kick-ass song in the supermarket? And you realize because the song's 30 years old. You're just like, oh, no. Oh, what the fuck? Chuck, that's an interesting selection. Wee Small Hours by Sinatra. Black Star by, that's Bowie's last album, I remember. Ultraviolence by Lana Del Rey. So Ray's, she killed Sid, but he was about to have the charges dropped. Dude, I don't know. I don't know any of the details of that at all. Are you talking about people who died? God, you probably dig up I'm trying to remember. I'm thinking of someone, and there's a whole Elliott Smith. Okay, if you're talking about that, where someone's depression is coming through in records, Elliott Smith springs to mind, because that ties in with someone else I know and how they died. And so, also, fun fact: there are a freakish number of dead people in my YouTube videos. There's at least 12. I haven't tried to tally them up for a while, but there's at least 12 dead people in my YouTube videos. And a lot of them were young. A lot of them were under 30. AIDSy's probably the oldest one. Honestly, there might be a few I don't know about who have died and are in my videos. But I tallied it up at one point, and there's at least a dozen dead people in my videos, which is very weird and unsettling, quite honestly. Jeff Buckley springs to mind too, Strictly Sega, yes. He went out, was it the Mississippi that he went swimming in and just disappeared? Oh, Rays, there's a doco who called Nancy. There you go. Yeah. So, Chog, a crow looked into me, but Mount Airy gets your vote. I'm not familiar with that one. Oof, God, oh, God, that sounds pretty fucking dire. Rays, I've had a lot of people on my videos. Yeah, Chog, you don't want to go on my videos. There's a plane flying quite low over my house, which is really unusual for 1 a.m. I mean, there's an airport not far that way, but it's really fucking rare to have a plane flying low over my house at 1 a.m. Stricky's like, you worried because you're on there? Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, most of the people who were on my channel who died was because of medical conditions. The overwhelming majority, actually, were medical conditions. Some of them were very young, though. Disturbing number were under 30. But do you guys just want to spook you all? I'm the Death Note YouTube channel. Nirvana in Utero was going to be called I Hate Myself and I Want to Die. Also, the EP I had in there of Sonic Youth from their tour EP with Nirvana, I did have the Nirvana one as well, but my girlfriend at the time fucking sat it next to a heater and it warped. I think I threw it out because it was like seriously warped and unplayable. And I was pretty fucking angry about it, honestly, because it was a really quite rare release. It was like, why the fuck did you lean a vinyl record against a fucking heater? What the fuck were you thinking? Chog, you're not under 30, so you might be safe. Well, there was AIDSy. He was not under 30. Yes. Everyone who's been on the live. Oh, wow. What am I doing? Yeah. AIDSy was the last one to die. But of course, we'd been waiting for AIDSy to die for 20 years. But people who didn't know him that well didn't quite understand how long his health problems had been going on. Yeah, I mean, he died and came back like 6 times. If we're talking like heart stopping and whatnot, I think it was like 6 times. And once was on an operating table where the medical staff had decided they were not going to use what they call heroic measures to resuscitate him. Like if he died, he died. And he died on the table. This is when he had the necrotizing fasciitis. And he died on the operating table, like his heart stopped. And they went, oh, didn't make it. And they had the chart out and they were about to write down time of death. And his heart monitor went beep, beep. And what he said the nurse told him was the nurse went, or one of the medical staff went, ooh, a self-starter. Well, I guess if he's going to make an effort, we should too. And so they worked on bringing him back. Like, look, fucking everything by that lot was depressing. Ugh. Radiohead was so fucking depressing. It's just like, I'm gonna sing in an eternal and arrhythmic way because I'm so... I am not a particular fan of Radiohead, quite honestly. But, personal taste. It was pretty funny when they were on South Park in one of the early seasons of South Park. Where they've got the letter for, look at this kid, he's got cancer of the arse. It was so fucking weird. But, taste is subjective. It's not really right or wrong. Oof. Okay, you see, Oasis, and it's not their fault, but they became a bit of a cliche, particularly of guys with an acoustic guitar, like the phrase, anyway, here's Wonderwall. That's not really Oasis's fault. They do think, oh, nice. Streaky Sega, Ben Harper's Will to Live helped you when you had a stroke. I like that. That's good. Yeah, maybe we should talk about more positive ones. Like Mrs. Angry and I have a song that's a recent one, just released in the last couple of years. Billy Bragg's "I Will Be Your Shield." And here's the funny thing: I don't know if he wrote this after the Stranger Things season. Remember the Stranger? I think it's the last Stranger Things season where you could be saved from the demonic force by a song that reached out to you, and the one girl saved by the Kate Bush song "Running Up the Hill." And Billy Bragg released this song a couple of years ago called "I Will Be Your Shield" that literally has the line, "In your battles against your demons, I will be your shield." And Mrs. Angry and I have adopted that as our song because that's how we are to each other. We're a mutual support. Like in all the hardship, I'll be your shield. I'll protect you. I'll support you. And it's not one way. I'm not being a manly man going, I'll be your shield. I'll protect you. We are this for each other. We are each other's shield. We are each other's protection, each other's support. So, but I often think, did he write that after Stranger Things? Because it seems like a direct reference to like music that will protect you in your fights against your demons. You're more a Blur fan than Oasis? I go, woohoo! I do like that particular thing. Oh, Stone Roses. Here's a funny one. The Ian, what's his name from the Stone Roses? Okay, he's a major fucking drug head. And I remember reading this interview with him ages ago, 2 decades ago. And the headline was basically, "Blimey, is he still alive?" Because anyone who knew anything knew this guy was a major drug pig. And because he did have the band after the Stone Roses, Black Grape and whatnot. They did do some good music. But the two bits that stand out to me in this article, the interview with him, there's one was basically asking him, do you have any regrets about doing all the drugs? And he said, well, with the Stone Roses, we performed at Wembley. Like, you can get a DVD of us performing at Wembley. I do not remember that at all. I was so fucked up on drugs. I do not remember that. And that is a once-in-a-lifetime thing, being a band who's big enough to play Wembley. And I do not remember the experience at all, which is fucked up. And the second bit from the interview, I think it was the final Stone Roses album. And the interviewer was saying to him, like, we've been told that when the album was finished, you grabbed the master tapes and held them to ransom and said you were going to destroy the master tapes unless people brought you crack cocaine. Is that true? And he goes, well, I don't remember that happening at all, but a number of people who I trust and who have no reason to lie to me tell me that that's a thing that happened. And he was just being really honest and going, I don't remember it, but everyone else told me it happened. And so, like, yeah, drugs are bad, okay? Oh, God, the guy doing Master of Puppets and Strangely, he was very good, yes. And Ray's, yes, your fiance is the emotional support, the strong one. Yep. The mutual support is a big thing, Russ. And Chog, you want to be with someone that supports you? Yes. And that's the thing. You want to feel that about each other. Oh wow! So we've done dark stuff, we've done weird stuff. Now we're doing beautiful, special, uplifting stuff. I love that we cover all this shit on the live streams. And I'm a little bit drunk, but I'm not fucking wasted. I don't think I'll drink any more alcohol tonight. It was like 1:30. God, I might go to bed soon, honestly. I'm going out. There's a date night. I was going to say tomorrow night, but it's actually tonight. And in fact, it's to a new place. Found a new place because Mrs. Anger and I we want to go to places that we can get to by public transport. And this is a relatively new place and it's on a public transport line. So that's going to be date night for Saturday night. It's always exciting to try a new place. I'm probably Tim Smith, as in if I tried to drive a car, I'd crash it into a wall. But I'm not going to do that. I was just going to go to sleep. You got wasted. I got a little drunk on New Year's. I didn't stay up this late on New Year's, actually. Kind of went just after midnight. I did a shoey and went to bed. That's the last drink you had, New Year's Eve? Oofed. I could go more with the fucking eggnog. I just randomly had this thought, man, the eggnog in the fridge is good. I could go some more eggnog, but I won't. I'm going to go to bed probably very soon. Were there a lot of people? I mean, there were a few people. It was good. I like New Year's Eve. Chog, you've never been on this late? This is about, I don't know, sometimes I go till 2, but it's like 1:30 now. So Shuki say you don't know, the Stone Roses do some good music. Their most famous one is probably I Want to Be Adored. Or Fool's Gold. Fool's Gold might have been a bigger one. I like Fool's Gold more. You usually tap out for a movie. Oh God, Chog, I've made so much eggnog. There's 4 bottles, and I mean like 750ml bottles of eggnog in my fridge that I've made. I'm going to age 2 of them for like a year, leave them in the fridge till next December and see what they taste like. But the other 2 I'm going to fucking drink. Okay. Chog, well, it's pretty simple. You just go, in fact, my number one tip would be go on the website liquor.com and search eggnog, and they have a bunch of recipes. But in simple terms, eggnog is milk, cream, eggs, sugar. Mix that up, and then you add the booze to it. The popular trilogy for eggnog is you do all 3 of whiskey, rum, and brandy. You can do tequila if you like, but at its basis, it's really simple. If you're making your own, that car seemed to be driving really fast down my street, 50 k's. But yeah, it's eggs, milk, cream, sugar. Whip that up and then add booze. So there's 4 bottles in the fridge, 3 different recipes. I probably made 6 batches in the lead up to Christmas. It's fucking awesome. This is clarified eggnog. I don't mind store-bought eggnog as well. So this is store-bought eggnog, and I added booze to it, like brandy, whiskey, rum, and a bit of citrus, orange juice probably, which did the clarification for the eggnog. If you don't want to know how to do it, you got to go look at the Angry Cocktails channel. I got a whole bunch of videos of making eggnog on there. Thank you for the tip about closing the window. I had forgotten, even though those noises are very loud. You can absolutely put a cream liqueur in there. I've done it. So Malibu or Bailey's, you can absolutely put a cream liqueur in eggnog. So eggnog and Irish cream is what Mrs. Chog loves. Tia Maria, Kahlua Irish cream, yes. I have put cream liqueurs in eggnog. The one I made today has eggs, milk, cream, sweetened condensed coconut milk, sugar, including my brown sugar syrup, and then it also has whiskey, brandy, rum, and it has chocolate liqueur, creme de cacao, vanilla liqueur, liquor 43, and coffee liqueur, which is actually coffee-infused whiskey. And so it has all those elements in it, and it's super fucking yummy. But you should put whatever you want in eggnog. But yeah, I think if you search on the liquor.com website for eggnog, there's a little story where they collected like 10 recipes for eggnog or eggnog adjacent things. So you can get the vibe of the recipes and can adapt them to what you like. So Strictly Sacred are freaking you out there. Go hard or go home. I mean, it's not in huge volumes either. The eggnog is mostly non-alcoholic. Like more than half the volume of the eggnog is non-alcoholic. But yeah, I just decided all these flavors would be good in it. But you can go for a single booze in it. You can just go, I'm going to do the milk, eggs, cream, sugar, and add rum, or add brandy, or tequila, or whiskey, or whatever. But you just fucking be creative. Put in whatever you want, because no rules. Oh, me and Mrs. Angry are so into eggnog at the moment. It's fucking wild. Yes, fruity liqueurs. Definitely put a fruit thing in an eggnog. Abso-fucking-lutely. And I did that because I saw one recipe that had a cherry liqueur. So I put a cherry liqueur in. You can put fucking anything in eggnog, quite honestly. It's super yummy. I do like that Mrs. Angry is a big fan of my eggnog as well. But you know what? Fucking 1:30. My discretion is the better part of valor, and dip out. Which would, step one of dipping out would be to eat the ceremonial cherry, which has been absorbing a few flavors. Oh yeah, you mentioned that drink, liquid marijuana. No, I've seen recipes. I don't even know why they call it liquid marijuana because it doesn't have marijuana in it. But I'll do a whole bunch of things. So do the ceremonial eating of the cherry, which has had a few drinks in there. I might put that in there. Oh, those cherries are so fucking yummy. Honestly, I love them. Maraska cherries in syrup. Fucking yum. You're going to fall on your sword. I'm going to fall on my sword. Honestly, I might knock back a shot of eggnog to send me to sleep. But you're fine, folks. Please take care. I am doing a Saturday night date night, so no live stream. Probably doing a Sunday night stream. We'll see what happens. And anything could happen. But also Sunday and Monday are meant to be very soggy here. Like lots of rain. So who the fuck knows what's going to happen. Anyway, it was a great night. Very much enjoyed everyone's company. So you'll take care. I hope to see you another time. But I'm going to say...